Okay. I think we are good. Okay.
It's not sure. Are you able to send me those objectives that you did the last time?
We are good. Right?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So.
So are you logged in so that you can
Yeah.
admit all this?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, like meeting people.
Yes.
When is this? When you doing the same?
No person, but it's like. The wife I can't say.
Huh? The chance that even. And the female.
Yeah, it's female. Then use the name.
UNDP.
UNDP calculators. So, adjust your exposure.
would you like to take your seats? You can start. If I know we are running about almost minutes behind schedule, but I think we'll try to be on time. I would like to just formally welcome you to this important consultative meeting on the Stockholm 50 meeting that is going to be held in Sweden from the 2nd to the 3rd of June to commemorate along the lines of the National Environment Day. But I will not get much into the detail of what is going to be happening, because we just, for now, we have to do introductions and start the program. Before we start, would we like all to stand and have the national anthem played so that we can start the meeting? Thank you so much for that. We'll now just go ahead with our program, and we're supposed to be joined by the DDC, but he's currently on his way. Oh, my sincere apologies. So I think this important. At this point in time, before we end over this, we are also joined in our midst with the Chief Bunina Chisadza, who's in our midst. And I also think we should also just, in our traditional way, also just pass our salutations. So I think we'll start, eh? Thank you so much for that. So since we are running behind time, we don't have much time to do personal introductions, but I know we'll do the introductions formally maybe after tea break to just know which institutions are in our midst, so that the DDC and our chief will also know who is joined in this consultative meeting. Allow me to just, I think for this consultative meeting, we'll do a mixture of the languages also taking note that we have different people who understand different languages. So we'll use English, Shona, and I think my other colleagues will also use Isindebele. I'm a bit learning in that regards. So I'm going to just call upon the DDC to just welcome us before we start, because he has to give us the credence for us to start this important meeting. So DDC, I'll give this time to you.
Tinotenda pamusoroi vashe vari pakati pedu, chifunina vari pakati pedu, regai nditi pamusoroi vanoremekedzwa vari pakati pedu. Ndine urombo pandasvika handinakukwanisa kuzoziva kuti ndivanani nanani vari pakati pedu. Saka ndinogona ndatadza kukurekonaizai nekukosha kwenyu, asi ndoda kuti nditi pamusoro zvakare. Ndinoda kutenda nemukana wamatipa wekuti tikugamuchire muno muGweru district. Gweru district being the provincial capital of the Midlands province. Tine urombo kune wabva kure kunotonhora. Muri kuona takadai pakaipa. That's Gweru. But we want to welcome you to our district, and we hope that we are going to have a very fruitful meeting here. I'm told it's going to end around 3 o'clock now. So if you were at home, let's contribute so that we come up with something which is very meaningful. Ndinoda garanda apologize. Ndichati manye kune kwandatumwa nevakuru, but I'll be back very soon. Tauya in the program yedu. Yeah, we are tingadai tine our stakeholders, but you understand we have 2 equally important state events, national events taking place. We have the census, we also have the local registrar. So we're a little bit tied up, but we'll be with you throughout the program. I want to wish you well. Thank you.
All right, ndotenda chose Mr. Mundadigwa for those open remarks, and my sincere apologies at this point in time as well. Tinakunamata. I think tinofana kuvhura chirongwa chedu chi this important event nemunamato. So is there anyone who is willing to open this meeting with a word of prayer? Any volunteer? All right, Mama Pane, revolving mic.
Tinamate. Tinokutendai Mwari mangwanani ano, tinokutendai kunyange nechipo cheupenyu chamatipa zuva ranhasi. Baba, tinokutendai neungano ino iri pakati pedu. Baba, zvatichadzidza zvipinde mukati mepfungwa dzedu. Baba, zvitibatsire kunyange patinoenda. Baba, tinokutendai vese vanotitungamirira panguva ino, kuti Mwari mweya mutsvene ndowatakudana panguva ino Jehovha. Baba, chitangai nesu Mwari, mugopedza nesu. Zita renyu rigokudzwa nokusingaperi. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. I think everyone can attest kuti kuno kuri kutonhora. Takauya tisina kugadzirira, but taungotsvaga hembe dzese nema-t-shirt kuti tingoita sei chimbodzirwa, but I think munenge makanaka. So panguva ino we're just going to go straight into the objectives of this meeting, so that tese tiziye where we are going at what we want to achieve in this point in time. So Stockholm 50, the conference that we're doing, Zimbabwe is doing a number of, it's part and parcel of the global environmental community, and mukuita izvozvo tiri kuda kugadzira, tiri kuda kuisawo ma viewpoints edu document rokugadzirwa rese reStockholm 50 kuti patanga kuti izvoni nyaya dzenharaunda dzingachengetedzwa sei, tasvika papi, tiri kugona here kana kuti pane zvatiri kukanganisa, uyezve 50 years dzinoteera tinokwanisa kuzvigadzirisa sei kuti matambudziko atachisangana nawo nepatachitadza tikwanise chizomagadzirisa tichienda mberi. Saka tinofunga patinotarisa nyaya dzeStockholm 50 tine zvinhu zvakawanda zvebiodiversity, zvemvura, zvemhuka, zveclimate change, zvese izvozvo tiri kuzvirevhiewa tichiona kuti tiri kugona here panguva izvo. Saka mukatarisa apa takati toda kuti tive nedeeper engagement or understanding nenyaya ma-issues ema-NDCs, e-biodiversity, green recovery, national development strategy, all those other documents ari nazvo, but tine donzo rekugadzirisa kuti tinge tisingakanganise, tiwane kuti save varombo uyezve tigadzirise vamwewo mabasa nezvakadaro. But pamusoro pazvo zvatinoda kuti tiite kuti isusu tiri muZimbabwe tinokwanisa kuona kuti tingagadzirisa sei kuti izveni patechiita zvinhu zvebiodiversity, zvemhuka, zvemiti tingakwanisa kuita sei kuti zvinge zvichidyidzana. Sorry, ndiri kutraya kuinterpreta. Saka shona yacho nombotinetsei kuti zvese zvitese zvinge zvichidyidzana, kuti mukatarisa muNational Development Strategy 1 inotaura ine pillar inonzi environmental pillar. Saka toda kuona zvinhu zvese izvi zvingadyidzana sei kuti tinge tichikwanisa kuzogadzirisa zvinhu izvozvo zviri kuita sei zvichienderera mberi. Imwe donzo yatoda ndevekuti mberi in the next 50 years, yes, strategy yedu irupera muna 2025, but kuti dzinotera tingaita kuti tingaita sei tigadzirise patakatadza. Handiti kutarisa izvozvo tikaona kuti kune mafloods ari kutaurwa kunana KwaZulu Natal, toda kuonaro daro kuti patinopedza oro specific chii chatikuisa munational report, because sezvamanzwa DDC vachitaura pane maevents akawanda ari kuitika munyika ino, but tikamirizi apo nikoko nemutunga neministry inonzi ministry pasinoze kuda mari kana kutora chimuite chakati kuti zvinhu zvedu tingokwanisa kurarama muno muZimbabwe mune zvakanaka. Saka ndo donzo ratasanganirana pano. Unoyi musangano weakati one day ari kuitika muno muZimbabwe. Paikalaunchwa project inoyi pakaitwa first inception meeting kuHarare muna last month. Then in last 2 weeks, pakaitika also my consultations with various stakeholders who are the youth, the women, people with disabilities, and also children in Mutare. You can also, if you want to also hear the viewpoints, nezvakabuda pakataurwa nharaunda nukuru idzodzo iripo paYouTube, munokwanisa kuita sei kuplayawo also. And if those ndo the second consultation meeting iri kuita nevanhu ma-community members, ma-civil society organizations, ma-CBOs, nemunhu anokwanisa kunge akazvimirirawo seni ari panapa kuti chii chandoda kuti chinge chingopinda pakadai. Pachazoita wokupedzisira uchaitwa kuBulawayo, that one will be focusing on the business community and the academia. Then afterwards we have a validation meeting where everyone, the national report ichibudiswa ichibuda mumasangano ese where everyone was being consulted will then be presented kuti ndo zvamakataura here izvi, so that minister kana vachizoenda vanoti chokwadi ndakamirira pfungwa dzevanhu veZimbabwe kwete zvarikangozobuda pasarudzo. So this meeting is being is being supported by the government of Sweden in consultation with the United Nations Development Program, and also the Ministry of Environment. So it's a tripartite discussion iri kuitwa muno muZimbabwe ine government yeZimbabwe ne-UNDP vachibatsira kuti pfungwa dzese dzinge dzingwe pamwe chete. Saka ndisingaweste nguva zvakare, rega ndichiendesa tichiti akamirira Minister Permanent Secretary of Environment Mr. Shoko vange vachiuya vachiti welcome welcome remarks remarks avo vachiti tiendere mberi tichitanga the meeting. So Mr. Shoko said.
Thank you very much, Tafadzwa. Muningina wangu mfano. My name is Joseph Shoko. I'm very proud to be here for the reason that I hail from the Midlands. I am a Midlander, the seat of progress. Unfortunately, I came here a bit late. I was not able to shake hands with my colleagues who are here. And so I don't know who exactly are here because of these masks you are putting on. Some are now more uglier than they were before. But anyway, regani tanga nokuisa rukudza kuna mambo vatinavo pano. Mambo tinotenda. You see the difference between the Midlands and other provinces. In Mutare kwa wamutuso up, tatisina mambo. It's only Midlands where we have got in Mambo in attendance. Thank you very much once again, Mambo. And I'm proud of you, Midlanders. Kutenda did this, your presence for us. So, welcome, Max. We feel at home. We are not feeling the cold because of the welcome that you have done to us. I read of environment, climate. It's full because Minister of Environment tauro hapa chinangwa chedu seme kudansa fura papo ndoda kuti ndikutaurire kuti tinokufara especially kana nthawi ya Midlands. Mose munorangarira kuti His Excellency the President saka nyaya tinokumbira pamushapo kwe njokuanga yedi yekungamarara yekubvisa tsvina. Even patinofamba mutaundi tisakanda tsvina pasi pose pose, tsvina ngaende kumapindu. Ndo zvatinoisa kubasa kwedu, uye harisi basa redu tinokurudzirwa mvura yatinomwa mhepo yatinofema ndodzokorora zvakachena svibisa. Saka isusu muno muZimbabwe tine zvatinoita kana kuti zvatakaita kana zvatinotarisira kuita, ndio zvatoda kunzwa kwamuri kuti zvii zvatiri kuita, especially takatarisa muno Midlands province. Ndio zvati kuna vamwe vabva maybe kuna na Bulawayo, handiti ndizvo Mr. Jeremiah? Do you have people coming from Tavi apana kutizonzwa, ndio zvatiri kufamba tichingonzwa. Saka so far takalonja program, tikafamba tikaenda kwa Mutare, we did the same. Tikawana ma views, tikawana pfungwa, people tawamuno pfungwa dzenyu. What do you think? Chiti ma-industrialist vamwe vanogona kungofunga tiri kuri vanhu vanogara kuindustry uku. Enye muchitorima muri paindustry, muri pamba penyu ipapa muri paindustry. Zvose zvamuri kutoita ipapo industry. Kana muri kurima namafertilizer ari kutopinda mumvura, mvura yatokanisika. Saka isu tinenge takurudzira many moti kwanzi kwe environment vakati kutaura ndiyo kumwa. Saka unoti kudi musi watu kureva kuti gore rechi51, 52, 53, 54 zvichienda. What are our plans? What is your vision? Munoda kuti zvifambe sei? Zvino kana masiurira izvozvo ndozvatichanyorwa pasi. Kana tazvinyora pasi zvoenda kuSweden kumusangano uri kumusoro 2 June. Tichitaura kuti isu sevana veZimbabwe, sevaridzi venyika yavo yeZimbabwe, kwedu zvatakamboita ndezvizvi.
zvamuchatiudza zvatoda kuti zviitiwe ndezvizvi. Tarisiro yedu ndeiyi, tichikurisei takanangana nevana vari kukura. Tiri kuti kana tikauraya zvazvandataura zvazvokuti biodiversity, vana vari kukura havana chavanozowana. Asi tikashanda nazvo zvakanaka, zvikaramba zviripo pachirungu pandakamboenda pauniversity varuka malekchara ari vari kuhere vana rabve pastate university tinavo hazvingafambe zvakanaka.
We wish we had those, because there are people in terms of knowledge dissemination, and we want to be with them almost everywhere. Saka tiri kuti isu ndinokumbira kuti tise pfungwa dzedu pamwe chete, munzwe kusununguka muma discussions. Tine munyori wedu watinofamba naye, watinoti consultant muchirungu, ndiwo vanofamba vachibatanidza pfungwa dzedu dzose vakazotinyorera gwaro 1 rinoenda nyika yedu kuSweden. Imwe ndagara ndataura kuti muri City of Progress. Ndadada nemwe nechekare. Handifungi kuti mungakundiwa pfungwa nemamwe maprovince ekwatinoenda nekwatakabva zvingabvira. Vekulupani ndoziva kuti vanoti nhasi muri maMidlanders vekulupani. You are not Lupane people, you are Midlanders. So we want those bright ideas that you have brought. So on this, at this occasion, let me now introduce to you our consultant who is moving around with us and is going to compile this important document for the country to Stockholm Plus commemorations. He is none other than Mr. Mutuso Liwayo. If you can stand up so that people see you, or consultant, and possibly remove that mask. That's the man. Thank you very much. He had said we were going to introduce each other after break. I think it's good that we do that now, so that we feel at home, all of us, and we get to know each other. Mambo tavavona, tavataridziwa. Isu tabva kuHarare tiri team yoku ministry, ndini ndauya hangu. Asi ndauya nevamwe vangu veku UNDP vandoda kuti vasumuke muvavone. UNDP colleagues, you can stand up. These are our colleagues from UNDP. We are running this show together. Thank you. You can sit down. Kunoku handisezvo ndichiti ndati nonoke kusvika mbichana handinagona kurabha mashoulders navanhu kuti ndizive kuti vari, asi kana ndanda kurumidza kusvika ndofunga ndokuziva most vanhu veMidlands. Imwe muchindizivavo ndizvo mandikangamwa. Those who still recognize me, please raise your hands. Can I kindly ask you raise your hands? Oh, good for me then. But I believe, Tafadza, you've got a cross-section of the various organizations that we have invited. I would like you to come back again, and then you quickly go around through so that we know who are here. Otherwise, thank you very much, and good day. Relax and participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shoko, from being pragmatic and moving away from your pre-written speech so that you engage with the stakeholders. I also saw, I think some of the stakeholders are online. We've also pleading with us to mix the languages. So as we are communicating, let's please just understand that some people don't understand Shona. Some people also are not really cannot understand and follow in English, because we also have people joining us online. So, but use the language you are free to actually express yourself in. The most important thing is for us to capture things and saka ndo zvakakosha. Saka shandisai rudzi rwamakaita sei rwamakasununguka kutaura nezvaro. So I'll just give a brief rundown of some of the organizations that are joining us physically here in the room. Some of the organizations that are joining us online, apologies, I may not have your organizations' names, but we'll circulate it in the agenda. So we have representatives from Radar Castings, Midlands Recycling, Emmaus, Plusworth, K, sorry. We also have MK19 Eco Boys, representatives from Shurugwi. We have representatives from Yemurai Institute for Rural Technology, for National Association of Non-Governmental Organizations. We have also ADES. We also have representatives from the media. We have Greenworks. We have the Environmental Management Agency, the sister department in the Ministry of Environment. We also have representatives from the religious groups, namely Anglican Diocese. We also have Women of Africa. And I think is the previous speaker was speaking, someone did not just want to be known. We have the rabbis in the room from our local university here in Midlands MSU. We have Zimbabwe Sunshine Group. And then we also have someone far from city of Harare. Do we have also city of Gweru? I don't see them, but I think it was also good to also have the local authority. We also have Agritechs in that end. So these are some of the people in the room, DDC chief and the chief. Also now, since you said you are the son of Midlands, you are also a chief here, but below the resident chief. So thank you so much. And I'm going to now give this point in time to Mr. Jeremiah Mshosho. We have a video of what Stockholm 50 is. I think I think we gave a brief background of where this is coming from, but we just want to play a brief audio to see how it was 50 years ago. I'm not yet 50 years, by the way. I don't know what it was like, but I think we have, that's the beauty of technology. Even you in the room, 50 years to come, children are going to judge you for what you're going to say today. So let's just have a video of, so that we just see where we're coming from, where we want to go, of where, of what happened in Stockholm 50 years ago. Over to you, sir.
On the 2nd and 3rd of June 2022, a crucial international environmental meeting will be held in Stockholm, Sweden. Stockholm Plus 50 will commemorate the 1972 United Nations Conference on the Environment and celebrate 50 years of global environmental action. By recognizing the importance of multilateralism in tackling the Earth's triple planetary crises, climate, nature, and pollution, the event aims to act as a springboard to accelerate the work for a sustainable and inclusive future. Anchored in the decade of action under the theme, A Healthy Planet for the Prosperity of All, Our Responsibility, Our Opportunity. This high-level meeting will follow months of consultations and discussions. Individuals, communities, organizations, and governments around the world will take part, and so will Zimbabwe. Since the country gained independence in 1980, many strides have been made towards protecting the environment, safeguarding biodiversity, and halting climate change. In 1992, Zimbabwe participated fully in the process leading to the Rio Summit and subscribed to the principles of Agenda 21. Zimbabwe, since then, put into place policies to advance sustainable development. In June 1997, Zimbabwe became a party to various multilateral environmental agreements that include the Montreal Protocol, the UNFCCC, and CITES, whereupon it even hosted the COP10 in June 1997. Zimbabwe then adopted a new constitution in 2013, with the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry Chief Director and National Coordinator recognizing environmental rights at the same level with other social, political, and economic rights.
Let us also therefore continue to engage in dialogue so that brick by brick, we are joining hands to rebuild our environment and ensure we make it contribute more to the economic growth and prosperity for our beautiful Zimbabwe.
The national consultations in Zimbabwe ahead of Stockholm Plus 50 are yet another important step.
Stockholm Plus 50 is about building forward and is an opportunity for leaders to come together to chart the course toward a green and fair future for us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us indeed combine our efforts for immediate, holistic, and well-coordinated action for the environment. This will ensure our well-being and the well-being of future generations on a healthy planet.
We then need to ask ourselves, how can we restore and regenerate a positive relationship with nature? How do we ensure that everyone benefits from opportunities stemming from a sustainable and just transition? And what are the good practices and pathways that you would like to see scaled up to ensure a sustainable green transition? It's time for bold choices. It's time for urgent action. It's time for a better future on a healthy planet. It's time for Zimbabwe's national consultations.
Thank you so much for that. So if you wanted a snapshot of what we're doing and where we want to go, the video says it all. If someone asks you, what is Stockholm Plus 50? You can just send them the link to this video, they play it, and you don't need to explain. So I think what is now most important, what we want to do is for us to now just get an insight to start the discussions. We now need to capture and find out. I think you saw some of the important questions that were posed in that video. How can we have a balance between nature and us, the people? How can we also ensure that we benefit resourcefully, ensuring that we thrive to attain sustainable development? So those are some of the things that we want to do. So I think at this point in time, since it's a consultative meeting, I know we're going to break away into various groups, but I want us to just have a feel of lived realities of some of the people who are actually working on the ground. So at this point in time, I'm going to ask for 2-minute reflections from some of our representative groups. So we'll start with a representative from WICO and then also Lower Gweru Community Group. If you can just come and just tell us what you think are some of the important takeaways that we can put in the report in terms of these important stakeholder consultations. If you are ready, a representative from WICO. Okay, as she makes her way, a representative from Lower Gweru Community Group, you can come and sit in front so that you also take the podium straight after her. As you come, also please just also mention your name so that people also know who you are.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, Chief, and all protocols observed. My name is Rebecca Chirenga. I'm the director for a women's organization based here in the Midlands, Shandiram Midlands Province, Shurugwi, Shavane, Berengwa, Slovela. We've done programs that touch women issues a lot, issues to do with their health, issues to do with their livelihoods, and now issues to do with the environment that they live in. What we've noticed is that Vakadzi, Matsmai, nature, we are very close to each other. We interact, we meet on a daily basis. The first thing that I do is to meet with what is in nature. I prepared a presentation. I don't know whether I'll be able to do a slideshow. I've got a small presentation. It's a very small one, but I think it will help with what I want to say. So while I represent the women folk,
All right, it's just doing some of the setup. Maybe pane vane mubvunzo handiti. Maybe if there's something chisiri clear chamungamboda kundibvunzawo kana kutibvunzawo kuti tione zvakamira sei. I think this is the time that we can do that. So I also see that we have participants from online. Maybe we can just introduce some of the organizations, Cleopatra, so that they don't feel marginalized. I think this whole important meeting is about leaving no one behind. We don't want to leave anyone behind. So even those virtual participants would really want to know who's joining us and where they are coming from. So I think I saw Miss Sidange from EMA. And I also saw Wellington Madumira from Zero Rio. There's also Sapphire in the online. ZBC, thank you so much. We have a community group from Rwanda. But thank you so much. We are pleased to have you. So we'll go back to, we go.
I don't know what's happening, but I don't think you can find my slide. It's okay. I'll put it on. I've got one. Facts of communities. To speak of the rural woman, programming is done for rural communities. And I'm looking at the rural woman who wakes up in the morning to sweep her yard, to look for firewood, to make a fire, to make the first meal of the day, to go and fetch water, to come and prepare food for the family. This is the woman that I'm representing today. The background that I can give about this woman is, what does she understand about climate change? Does that mean anything to her at all? And if it does, what can she do to alleviate the problem that she's facing every day? The problem is this woman relies on rain-fed agriculture for all her cropping that she has to do. She has to rely on the rains. She also has to rely on the natural resources for her fuel, for instance. She also needs to rely on that dry well that she used to fetch water from over the years that has gone dry. What is it then that she can do to alleviate this problem? So WICO has gone into the trouble trying to cushion this same woman to cope with the pressures that she faces where the issues of climate change have affected her daily life. We have done a number of projects. Unfortunately, my slide wouldn't show. Oh, is that the one? Thank you. So we've got a brief background of the climate change in rural communities, climate change impact on the rural woman, and then projects that we've done to mitigate some of the problems that they face, and just a summary, which I think we should create a discussion platform from the house. Okay, so the background says women and children and the elderly are increasingly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. The households rely heavily on climate sensitive resources such as local water supplies, rain-based agricultural land, sensitive activities such as arable farming, livestock, everything that we have in our homes. But we lack that knowledge about what is happening with us. What we used to be normal is no longer normal. We have floods, we have droughts, all these things. What do we understand about climate change as the rural women? So the bottom line is discussions happen, international conferences happen. Right now we're talking about the Stockholm conference. What does my Madzokere in rural Ward 11 of Shurugwi understand about the Stockholm 11? Who is involved in all these discussions? Has anyone even talked to her about what it's all about? So that is all. That's what we are talking about. Have we involved the women folk? So we try as an organization to go out there and educate these women on the little or the much that we can tell them about what is going on, what this phenomenon is all about. So what have we done as we go? Or what are the impacts of climate change on the rural community? There's water insecurity. I talked about the dry wells. Matsime akapera kupwa kudhara kusina makuvi, you know, matoro, which used to be, which used to be a livelihood for most of us. Things would remain there and we would enjoy okay, water insecurity frequency. Am I okay now? All right. Water insecurity frequency and severity of extreme events such as droughts and warm, dry spells, resulting in insignificant amount of water received for agriculture and domestic purposes. Minda yedu yakuoma, zvirimwa zvedu zviri kutsva tisati takohwa. So those are the little things that we are coming across. And those are the problems that we are facing as rural. Negative outcomes, including poor nutrition. Kana ndanda nemunda wangu wenzungu, ndichiti ndichazokuya dovi rangu, handisina. And this has resulted in poor nutrition, malnutrition, diabetes, acute gastrointestinal problems, and mental health outcomes. Natural disasters, frequency of natural disasters such as floods and cyclones. We are talking of cyclone Idai that happened in about 2 years ago here in Zimbabwe. Those are these incidences that we talk about as local women, and we do not understand what is happening to us. Can we have the next one? So the impact has also affected us as rural women and girls who are forced to travel distances to fetch water. I know of cases where people would travel up to 8 kilometers to the next bowl because their local well has dried up. And this has exposed young girls and women to abuse along the way while they are far from home. And issues of gender-based violence also happen. Our crops, our animals, mombe dzedu nevanhu zvakurwirana the same bowl. So this is all as a result of the effects of climate change. It's something that keeps confusing us as women. So now, what have we done as WICO to try and alleviate this problem? What are some measures we have managed to improve a few of the problems that the women face. We have supported reconstruct or restoration of water bodies that could have easily been silted away because of the amount of silt that goes into the dam. We were able to construct a silt trap that saved the silt from getting into a water body that these women would rely on to water their gardens. Next one. Can I move them myself? Oh, okay. And then we also introduced what everybody else is doing, climate smart agriculture, where we are now saying you can now save the little water that you have. Munyatsoitawo zvinhu zvenyu zvinobatsira kuti musatambisirwa mvura yakawanda. Bio-intensive gardening, where we don't depend too much on chemicals for fertilization. We insist on organic farming. Gadzirai macompost enyu, shandisai mupfudze wenyu wetsuro, mupfudze wenyu wehuku, to limit the number of chemicals into our land. And also the use of fumbudza, which was also introduced at national level for everyone. Those are some of the cushioning techniques that we introduced to our communities. We also introduced to the women, let's do some internal savings and just create a community fund, a community resource that you can always fall back on. So that kind of my ourselves, I think most of us know them as mkando, where you can now cushion yourselves for a rainy day. The crop hasn't been well, but you still need to eat, you still need to send children to school. So we introduced the internal lending and saving schemes, which the women have taken on board very well. We also introduced community gardens, and this has helped. Kana kumunda kwacha, there's nowhere else to survive from. These women can now grow their vegetables. They can now supply even the local markets and make that little extra money that they would then fall back on. And this has been success stories because these women have actually been able to sustain themselves from these market gardening programs. Yeah, another one. They've got sufficient water, even tapped water now, because renewable from solar energy for domestic consumption, for their gardens and for their livestock. Next one. Some of the projects that we've done, and this has not only remained in one part of the Shurugi community, we've also replicated this same project to another community because of the positive impact that these projects are having in the rural communities. So just to wind up, I think we've already said a lot about what is happening, how we are cushioning the women, and what we are hoping then would be best. Our main concern is the lack of participation of women in decision-making, in policy-making, wherever it is that concerns them. We need to have the women on board. We are talking about government putting policies in place. How many consultations have we had that have included the women? So that rural one is part and parcel of those discussions, so that rural woman can contribute and say exactly what she's going through, so that the decisions that are made are also tailor-made to accommodate her in whatever she has to say. So the recommendations I would want to put across is, let's get the women more and more involved. The youth, be part and parcel of these decision-making processes, so that we accelerate even the action, the climate action that we want to take. So may I also conclude by saying these decisions that are made on climate change have an impact on the vulnerable rural women communities. Hence, women are key stakeholders. And I want to say with emphasis There is nothing for us as women without us, as I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Madam from WICO. I think we've learned a lot in terms of how the environment is impacting on women and actually what needs to be done in terms to ensure that they also benefit from the natural resources in their vicinity. Maybe for this point in time, before we go on further, we're just joined by the director from the Residence Minister's Office, Mr. Mtambara. We'll give him time so that he comes and also speaks to us, the audience who have just come to his office in his province. But we'll just continue so that he also gets a viewpoint of where we're coming from and the issues that we're discussing. So we have a representative from Zimbabwe Sunshine Group to also come and just give what they are doing and also what they want to see to be done in terms of their program. So Miss Madam, I just know the first name. Apologies, I don't know surnames. Clarice, feel free to come to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Salutations to the chief in absentia, and then everyone. I have just a few minutes, and I was told that I need to be very brief in my presentation, so no slides. But I think it would have been great if you could all see what I intend to talk about, because you definitely understand better. But first I say no, so I hope that they'll share my presentation afterwards. So the idea is we have community-based organizations. So how better can we make sure that they are prepared to fully and effectively engage in environmental work? I think the communications lie able that, and these mechanisms are supposed to be needs-based. Institutions as my CBOs, some of them need a bit of capacity to. It's not enough, and there is need for these mechanisms to be enhanced so that we are fully to make intervention within our communities. And I think the starting point, there is the need for trainings for based organizations. Most of us have started our work and are still doing our work because we have the passion for us to be environmentalists and to have environmental action that is meaningful within our communities. We are seeing the effects of mismanagement of the environment, kune climate change, kune droughts arukuitika. So it's out of passion for us to stop this phenomena from happening that we are undertaking work in environmental management. But with proper training that is actually structured, from point A, we go to point B, then we will be able to have actions that are impactful at community level and even be replicated in many communities around us. We have a basic understanding now of responsibility yedu kuchengetedza nharaunda dzedu, as well as the art of operating my environmental management groups. As you need to be having leadership qualities. My leadership qualities are annoyed through training, because some of us are born leaders, but patinenge takuita basa, you'd find kuti kune conflict dzinoitika, and if you are a trained leader, uchiziva kuti these are the things that I can come across in leading an organization or a community-based organization, then you are able to tackle my challenges appropriately. Practical experience yakakosha when it comes to having activities as a CBO, because kana ukauya ku workshop, you get the theory part of the training, but the practice is important for you to fully understand exactly what is needed on the ground, because application ye theory uchiisa pa ground unogona kuona kuti A yeku theory isi kana wasvika pa ground. So as my CBOs, we need that practical experience. And how can that be done? By being provided with financial support. This is fundamental in the success of my projects, Edo Atunicha Sema CBOs. Because without financial support, atukwanise kukira kana kombi kuchenda kunusia tamba. That we've had tine support donors. So ngatiite delete the notion that change comes from outsiders, because change comes from the inside. The outsiders that bring all this financial support and support in these 4 key areas that I mentioned, they will come and support what you already want to do in your community. because they will come with an intervention that they want to see in your area, and that you've got problems that you know need to be addressed in order for your community to develop. So in Epworth, they had a problem with so we wanted an area very clear, but no, they had to give us that land and to get a transfer station. What was the end result? That land has been reclaimed. Enforcing environmental degradation, it has stopped. So they've got a solution that went for problem whereas involved, it would have been a matter of Western transportation, and yet there are other problems that they had to be dealing with. So, ladies and gentlemen, as community-based organizations, these 4 elements of training, financial support, technological transfer, and infrastructure development are what we need in order for us to be prepared to fully tackle the challenge of poor environmental management and run the race going forward. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Clarice, for that. And apologies to our colleagues who are joining us online. We seem to be having challenges with our internet connectivity. So we're still trying to sort out that challenge, but I think we can also just hear the audio for now. We're not able to see the pictures. So I think as Clarice has indicated, CBO's request is that they also get financial support from the various financial institutions that are out there so that they can utilize actually 4 key pillars that she indicated. And I think that's testament to the issues and actually the work that they're actually doing in the local communities. But at the same time, they also are encouraging also other CBOs in the communities to do work on their own so that they can also get the necessary support. So the last, at this point in time, I know I'm supposed to give the chief time to also have his few remarks before we go for tea, but I'm going to give Chief Director his time to say what he had prepared for us. Mr. Mutambara, say, feel free to come to the podium.
May I recognize the presence of Fanduna, Chief Tangamire Bunina Moyandizo Dewa, Mamkase. It is my assumption that we have various and well-represented stakeholders here, considering that this is the main topic which, if we are to journey towards Vision 2030, and if we are to go with the song and the current dispensation song and mantra, leaving no one behind, then we are saying full representation from women and the academia are well represented in here, including our partners. I want to thank you, especially the organizers, for a well-organized event as we discuss, as we say, as we take notes on the traits that are currently, we are currently facing, not as a country alone, but nationwide, worldwide, especially considering the climatic changes and the challenges associated with climate change. You see, if we are to go by the challenges of the day, we cannot ignore those impact climate change is associated with, like floods, drought, sporadic rains. Those are some of the challenges. We need to share and find solutions and the intervention, the initiatives that we need to go. As we are making these deliberations, it is my strong assumption, belief, and trust that we need to be so honest with the deliberations. Let us communicate what is exactly on the ground so that we inform those decision makers to make appropriate decisions and interventions solely for our communities. As we are making these deliberations, we need to think of those people who are out there, very silent, their voices very far away from us, but still we need to make positive impact, positive changes, considering and being mindful of the fact that Zimbabwe is an agricultural country, the backbone of the economy being agriculture, and the highest percentage of our population in the rural areas, some of them occupying the marginalized communities in the periphery of our society. So now we can say, after discussing all these, what can she my communities tichirangarira kuti sustainable goals. We are talking of improved health facilities, we are talking of reduction of poverty, we are talking of improvement in the education sector, gender equality, decent jobs, all those things. This is the platform. This is the platform to share ideas, norms, and the way forward. Meeting in the I thank you so much.
I think Mama's one or two, I had the sustainable was very much sustaining as I did. Now, the motor dialect, Victoria, when you go, Panisao, Pilas of Google, Susinura, as the Kiro over I meeting a job, but noted with his presence of Mr. Mtambara to this meeting, I think he has clearly alluded to the issues that we need to take cognizance of. Key amongst them, the issue of reduction of poverty and actually being truthful and honest to our leaders so that they can actually make the right decisions. You are the people who are in this room, who are working day to day with the communities, with the people in the peripheries, as is indicated. So if you don't come up with clear recommendations, then we can also not guide our decision makers in the right way. So I think Wiko mentioned what they're doing with women. We need those key recommendations from the women groups that you're working with. Zimbabwe Sunshine Group, the bricklayers, what are the recommendations that we can do so that we don't continue creating more big dams, if I may say, of soil that is being harvested. We know of people who are actually harvesting sand illegally in our various communities. What recommendations do we need to proffer to our city fathers as well? So we need clear and honest recommendations from this meeting. For this time, I know it's so cold. I wish Mr. Mutambara told us that we should come with the big jerseys. So let us break for tea and warm our bodies for a short while. Then, as we come back, we're going to just have 2 more reflections from other organizations. And then we have open discussions where we're going to break away into groups and then discuss the topics which are going to be discussed at the global level. Because the consultant will talk about those key topics after break. And then the people online are also going to have their own group and they will also share those key recommendations. After those breakaway groups, we're going to have a feedback session so that if you were in another group which did not discuss that topic and give input into that particular session, you can then also contribute to that particular session. So for this time, our tea is being served Out in the restaurant just behind, I think we'll use that door in another room at the other side so that we can quickly break and be back maybe by quarter to 11. Then we can do our breakaway rooms. Colleagues of mine, we're breaking for tea. It's so cold in Gweru, and you can also have a cup of tea where you are. And let's come back at quarter to 11. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Sinotenda ndekuya kwenyu. Sinotenda ndekuya kwenyu. You're right. Mr. Shoka, I'm your office. What do I tell you? What about time miracles about? Because I understand and this living showing on your end.
Morning. I think see requests from various few organizations who are part and parcel of the meeting to just give their 2 minutes to just share with us those remarks. And I think, as I indicated, we also have some colleagues online. We're also going to ask them to also share with us what they think should be done as we reflect on the Stockholm into the next 50 years. So 2 people online, if you want to please drop a chat in the chat box, then we'll recognize. Give 2 minutes to representatives from Lower Guero. Is there anyone in the room to come and give those interventions? So after Lower Guero, we have Zimbabweans. So come and just sit closer to the keeps time. I think we'll do it that way. So we're
Siyabonga, mina ngisakhuluma ngesindebele. Siyabonga kakhulu, ngithanda ukuhlonipha induna ephakathi kwethu evelelwa gwelo. Nxa zikhona ezinye ezingaveli khona siyazihlonipha njalo ngokuqhakathekileyo. Labathungameli babona lo umhlangano. Nanza khuluma mina ibizo lami ngumandla enkosi moyo njengenduna uthi ngizalwe esikhosini nami nje. So ngizakhuluma kakhulu ngimele ama couples le ndawo yeLwagwelo nje ukuthi imi kanjani. Okokuqala ngizaveza kakhulu iLwagwelo njengendawo yeChristianity. So konke enza kuba lokunye ngizaqala ngikhothe eBhayibhelini kuGenesis 2 verse 15 ikhuluma ngokulondoloza, ukulondoloza. So thina njengabantu beLwagwelo siyathaba kakhulu ukufundiswa ikakhulu ngabantu beAgritechs ema kanye la local leadership ukulondoloza lokho esakuphiwa nguNkulunkulu. Sikhuluma ngendawo yeLwagwelo, indawo esmart, indawo okuthiwa esibesilima indawo intwasa. Nxa ngikhuluma ngokulima intwasa ngikhuluma ngogatshopo. Sivunile isikhathi esiningi njengendawo yeLwagwelo yalinywa singakazalwa ukuthi sizazalwa. So umhlabathi weLwagwelo usugugudekile kakhulu. Kodwa ngokulima kwentwasa siyenelisa kakhulu, siyenelisile ukuvuna. Siyabonga uHulumende osilethele lolu hlelo lanxa indlala ikhona. Kodwa ngenxa yokulondoloza lokulima intwasa sithokozile kakhulu, sivunile. Sifunde okunengi kakhulu, especially ama-compost. Njoba sike sakhuluma ngokulima ngama-organic. Sesifunde ukulima, kade singakhala emahoteleni amanengi. Abasafuna ukulinywa izilimo ezile-fertilizer. Abanye bathabela izilimo ezile-fertilizer. Abanye bafuna okulinywe nge-organic manure. So siyasebenza kakhulu ama-organic fertilizers okunjengomanure imquba, lama-compost, konke yakwenza kuyasinika isivuno esiphezulu. Ngigijime ngithi ku-horticulture sengizakhuluma nge-horticulture kathesi. Sile dewe lethu okuthiwa yimati sponge. Lapho engilima khona under Chief Sogwala, lapho esikhona siyalinakekela kakhulu leli dewe, lafenswa lihle, siyaligcina, sikhipha ilantana camara entangweni. And then ukulima kwethu ku-conservation esiyenzayo, siyalima 30 meters apart from stream ilokuza. I-stream bank lapho sibe 30 meters away. Sisebenzise futhi ingcichi ze-agritechs ukusifundisa to lay out singalimi isikhangele lapho kuya khona amanzi kodwa silime si-cross umhlaba ukwenze ukuthi i-soil erosion ingathi umhlaba lapho esilima khona. Siyahlanyela njalo utshani ukuthiwa i-vetiver ukuthi sicontrole i-soil erosion. Konke lokhu sikuthola ku-agritechs kanye labantu be-EMA besiphathisa labe-forestry commissioner. Siyasihlanyele njalo i-stargrass ukuthi libambe lapho singalimi khona umhlabathi wethu ungathathwa lula ngamanzi. Ifence yethu siyayimaintaina kule committee ekhangela isponge esitshela ukuthi laphana sokonakele abantu bebizwe beyebopha iwaya when necessary lapho kudingeka khona ukuthi iwaya ibotshwe. Senza njalo khonapho awunyenza ukukhuluma sengikhuluma ngama-disadvantage. Yekelani ngivumele ngikhulume ngenotho ukubhenefitha esikutholayo khona ngale espontshini. Ngemva kokulima kwethu siyathengisa, singathengisa senelise, siyalima izilimo ezinjengabo cabbage ziyapasa kakhulu, umumbu, ionyeni, ophizi, amatomatisi, izinto eziningi ezinye ngeke ngizichaze njengoba ngiphambi kwenu kodwa siyalima into eziningi kakhulu. Zona lezo zinto siyazithengisa, sezithengisiwe yizo esisinika inotho. Siyenelisa ukubhadala i-school fees zabatwana, silethemba ngeke ngabona amanye amatitshala lapha akwazi ukuthi sesilabatwana lathelwa khona base-MSU abafundayo befundiswa zingadi. Sesilabatwana bethu aba-overseas labanye abafunde kakhulu kodwa befundiswa zingadi. Enqenge ngithi njengoba lingikhangela umzimba wami anti liyabona ukuthi healthy ingadi. Angikaze ngiyesebenza, angiyazi imali yekhiwa, ngikholiswa ngikhuluma isiNdebele. Sombe ngikwabukela abantu ngabe ngikhuluma ngesikhiwa. Kodwa ngenxa yokuthi mina ngiyalima kuphela ngibe sengiqina semphila ngiyenelisa ukuthi nginomntwana ose-university engimfundisa ngengadi. Ngabona ngomnyaka wakho ugcina lo nyaka. Kodwa lapho ngizama ukuthi ingadi ayitsho ukuthi ungumyanga nxa ulima ingadi. That's why isale lizwe leZimbabwe lakhululeke ukuthi inhlabathi ngaphi ebantwini angitsho. So inhlabathi kithi ngezingadi ukuthenga ukudla kakusasihluphi. Kudala iti abantu babe nathisana ngenkomisho kodwa athe sezithathele yakhe ezifakela ichukela. Yikunotha konke ingadi yonke yona le. Shelters sesilezindlu ezinhle. If you go to Lower Gwelo now uzabona izindlu ezilamagetsi. Konke lokhu uzingadi lama-irrigation esilawe Lower Gwelo. Singabona amasola, izinto eziningi nemithombo sesilayo. Abanye sebela ama-fish ponds lokuhlanyela amabhanana lapho singalimi khona umhlaba wethu ungahambi. Silezintandane asozibona ukuthi izintandane. Silabafelokazi amashirikatsi ngesishona. You can notice ukuthi ishirikatsi ngokuzisebenzela. Omunye umuntu thina esintwini kwakuthi umuntu engafela uyafaka ilembu lapho kuthiwa isori. Hayi thina isori asayazi. Sesikwazi ukuthi kuyasetshenzwa ube le mali. So yikho esikuthola eLower Gwelo. Siyabonga. Kodwa silama disadvantage. Njengoba singakwanisa ukukhuluma kuhle ukuthi ebantwini yekela ngicecise kube kuhle. Kodwa silenhlupho njalo. Ngithabile kakhulu nxa ngibona ipicture kade siphiwe lapha kuthiwa from 1972. Amanye namadrobha akhona bephuwa kodwa athe sokukuhle ngithi. So silakho kuhle sibe lokunye okubi. Okusihluphayo yikuthengiswa kwenkuni. eLower Gwelo inkuni sezithengiswa umhlaba sokusiba le soil erosion. Ukutshawa kwezitina khonokho nelokhuza sokusenza ukuthi amadamu ethu kwesikhathi nxa kungalazulu siwathole egqibelekile. Inkomo kwesikhathi ziyayekelwa khapha esithi iwetland yethu ziyayekelwa zingene phakathi. Abanye abangani balamandla bazingenisa phakathi. So ngezinye inhlupho esilazo esikhanga ukuthi idaleleli lizasolvela ukuthi lokhu singakwenza njani. Kodwa thina ukukusolva ukuzama ukukwehlisa. Alleviation ngizokhuluma lesikhiwa langalikopa ukuthi ukwehlisa asingeke sikuqede kodwa kufanele sikwehlise. Ukwehlisa ema problems anjalo silama committees wetland science umthetho yethu iconstitution esayidindisa ko-chief ukuthi owenza lokhu siyamusa ko-chief. Nxa esehlula i-chief sizamusa emapholiseni simbizele abe ema athwale nzima-ke lowo muntu. Lokutshaya izitina emfuleni abanye bathi khonapho anti stay 30 meters apart, yena uzabe etshaya izitina emfuleni azathatha khona amanzi ngezandla atshaya izitina zakhe. Konke khonokhu ngokunye okusihluphayo, kodwa kulama trainings esiwaphiwayo asincedisa ukuthi abantu mbijana phela abantu bemakhaya sibo bonke abafundileyo, abaningi abangafundanga abasekhaya. So bale approach approachwa ngayo awufika ukuthi sengubopha, kodwa uzamfundisa ukuthi hayi lokhu kuyingozi ngalokho, khangela laphana ngiyambone kulama passages, amanye ama passages imota kayisahambi, nxa imize ngaphansi kulesidumbu esibuyayo ngunyarazo sekusehluleka lokuthi efike ekhaya, abantu befike ekhaya sebethola icoffin so kwaphana siyabaxwayisa ukuthi hayi nanzelelani ingozi nxa kungafika imota kazisafikile. So abanye bayezwisisa njengoba esikole utitshala uyafundisa abantwana, abanye bayafeyila, abanye bayaphasa, kodwa asikho ukuthi sesayekela lokho sicontinue sinjani sifundisa. Siyabonga uNkulunkulu abe lathi.
Siyabonga kakhulu. I just managed to take a few words. They are doing circular economy by utilizing agriculture, what we can call waste, for fish farming. They are also doing promoting organic farming. So siyabonga kakhulu. All right. But you know, one thing I like about the consultations here in Gweru, we're capturing all languages so that at least when we have the viewpoints, we actually speak to every ordinary Zimbabweans as we promote all the 16 languages which are in the Constitution. So we go to Mr. Roger Mpande, who will speak on behalf of Zero Regional.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. I think I'm not going to try to balance. Isindebele ngesikhuluma, isishona ngesikhuluma lami enduta ishona. But I think for the sake of time, ndaita assessment which most probably it will be more effective just for me quickly just to speak in English. In certain things, yeah, I'll make reference to Ndebele or Shona, but I'll be quite quick. I think I'm standing here more or less talking of an organization they call Zero, but more importantly, I think I'm talking on behalf of the climate change working group that we're trying to recreate because it was in existence for quite some years, hosted by Zero, then working with government, the private sector, the academia for quite some years, and it was quite effective. The climate change working group concept was implemented in Kenya, Botswana, and Zimbabwe with coordination and working together with IIED in the United Kingdom and some groups in the Nordic countries. I think its implementation basically in terms of the programs were quite appreciated by both governments in Kenya itself, in Zimbabwe, and in Botswana. Unfortunately, when the project funding for the climate change working group ended, Zimbabwe did not try to translate it further from its funding process. Kenya has managed to translate that project funding into a workable climate change working group. They've actually civil society organizations, the private sector government, basically work together as partners in looking at issues of climate in Kenya and also in Botswana. Zimbabwe did not do that, unfortunately, and that is exactly what we're trying to do from 2019. Unfortunately, we then faced the problem of COVID, and we only then restarted to rework the issue of climate change working group so that it becomes a formidable organization that relates to both the private sector, the government institutions, academia, and civil society organizations, CBOs. But let me just go back to the issue of Stockholm 50. I think you are aware that by 1972, we're not independent. It was Rhodesia then, when this conference was held. 10 years, 20 years post that, with the 1992 Brazil conference, the A Summit. Most of you are aware of that. By that time, in Zimbabwe in particular, there were two organizations that were leading the preparations of the Brazil summit. That was Enda Zimbabwe, if you have heard of that organization, which is no more now, and Zero. It put in a report to discuss the issues which were to be discussed in Brazil. You are aware that government took a lot of those points that civil society placed on their report. There was a lot of coordination within Southern Africa in terms of civil society organizations. So one, we can see that civil society can make an input into some of these international instruments by our coordination. And this was exactly undertaken in 1992 during the 8th Summit at the national level and at the regional level, at Africa level and at the global level. Unfortunately, from 2012, I would say, the role of civil society is strength in Zimbabwe and in the SADC region has actually been lowered down. We are not seeing much of our input, both in terms of influencing policies, although we would say most probably if you look at our policy influence in terms of environment, when we instituted the environment ministry, civil society was quite strong in terms of its advocacy work with government and with the private sector. Unfortunately, in the past 15 years, the Zimbabwe civil society is totally weakened to an extent whereby we can be ignored by both government and the development partners. It can be clear that there are certain programs that are running currently in the country, both in terms of the sustainable development goals or environment in general, where civil society is not mentioned, or where civil society does not try to influence. We are aware that we have problems, some tensions between partly government and the civil society organizations. I think you are aware of the ongoing process of the PVO bill, which is being debated. We hope we will have a compromise between government and civil society and restructure ourselves. So one of the issues that we are looking at is to make sure that we restructure from the CBOs to the national level, to the regional level, to the continental level in terms of our influencing environmental policies. So I would like to urge this process that other than me speaking from a zero point of view or from a climate change point of view, we would also try to put our own report as civil society, which can be considered in the national report or which can be considered separately to the Stockholm conference. We hope we'll be able to do that within the context of civil society in general, but also within the context of NANGO, because we know that the National Association of Non-Governmental Organizations is representative of civil society in general. So we are trying to make sure that most of the points that I'm not going to mention now will come through a consultative process also from civil society organizations. So I'm not going to say much because I might misrepresent what civil society would actually put in place in terms of this particular conference. I think it's better for me to end there. Otherwise, I'll misrepresent what the civil society itself is all about. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mpande, for that. My father behind who may want to make an intervention. Where's the other revolving mic? Can you also stand up so that we capture? Yes.
Okay, I'm Sekiwa. I'm from the Anglican Church. I was following closely the previous presentation, and I very much liked the issue when you were talking on the CSOs interventions. But my question is, I know with the CSOs, there's what we call the shadow report when we talk of HIV and AIDS, where CSOs normally put a lot of their information and recommendations of what can be done. I just wanted to find out from the environment and climate section if we do have that facility of shadow reports.
Thank you so much for that particular question. Can I just write it down and answer some of those questions that are coming all at once? That's an important intervention. I would want to get CVAT and then maybe one colleague online. His other organizations who want to make intervention. I think CVAT, yes, say you have your 5 minutes max, and then we'll go to our colleagues online. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Max Spanda from Christian Youth Volunteers Association Trust. We work in Lupane. Of course, we do have footnotes in Binga as well as Matobo, but currently we are operating in Lupane. I just had a slide which I also had an introduction of what is civil society, but I know that all of us here, we may know, but I just wanted to remind us using the adult education approach. What I'm actually going to zero on is the question that I was tasked to look at. I'm going to look at the recommendations for environmental policies and programs to support the work of CSOs. CSOs or community-based organizations as partners, as they have grassroots knowledge of needs in developing communities and expertise in specific sectors. I think there is need for partnership as well as collaboration and capacity development for mainly the CSOs. I think the previous presenters, they also alluded to that. I think also to make our work as recognized as CSOs, we need to have knowledge of public opinion and as advocates for human and civil rights. We should also note that civil society, they play a pivotal role in fighting poverty and environmental degradation, and also in improving governance by complementing but not compete with the government. Also, CSOs, they assist. We also hope that in the future, there will be assistance that will allow CBOs to make international policies more developmentally friendly, following local protocols. For example, the Sustainable Development Goals with reference to SDG number 16 and 17 that speaks to collaboration and partnerships. I think as civil society, we have got the mandate to unpack these international instruments, especially at grassroots level. Therefore, we urge the space to allow that for the civil society. What should be done to strengthen the civil society movement in environmental issues? There is need for civil society in many developing countries to become empowered, to be organized and experienced. We hope that development partners should build partnerships with these CSOs and ensure that the way they fund them is also enabling and can help strengthen the democratic structures of CSOs. For example, by being long-term, results-oriented and supporting care and supporting core institutional support. I think most CSOs, yes, they do have qualified personnel, but when it comes to, I think it was also alluded by the previous speaker to say, when most CSOs, they receive what we may say, is in the they say, imvutu, something like that. If you are eating bread, isn't it that those drops from the bread? So one of our speakers also alluded to say, the amigo men actually were actually hindering CSOs to also exercise their mandate in terms of capacity, be it human as well as financial resources. Also, there is need for CSOs or community-based organizations for upskilling gap, especially on technology, innovation, capacities than academics only, especially with reference to COVID era. I think you are going to agree with me that as we speak today, in these past 2 years, some of the CSOs are non-existent just because of the COVID era. Most CSOs, they haven't got maybe operational costs up to date just because of that COVID period. Therefore, also when we take human resource within these CSOs, there's the issue of mental health. By mental health, we don't mean that you are lunatic, but those challenges which are coming with these shocks and stresses, they can also contribute to ineffective delivery, which is also actually affecting CSOs. Especially, I think you would agree with me that today, whether you have, I'm not really undermining those people who are into academics, but I think we have reached a stage where issues of upskilling, we are no longer looking at education, but we are looking at the ability of what you can deliver or what you can do. So as civil society, I think there should be more of upskilling gap in terms of our capacities so that we rhyme with the trend of what is happening currently. And also CBOs and CSOs should consider social enterprise as a way for sustainability, where as CSOs, we are saying we should be given together with our government a leeway to also venture into social enterprise. We know that as CSOs, we are non-profit, but for our survival, we should also have some financial streams or sources. Also, donors should have a mix of formal funding mechanisms which can be tailored to suit CSOs partners that work in the environment sector, strengthen ownership and match policy objectives using an appropriate funding mechanism which will contribute to more effective partnerships, minimize impact and value for money, and give greater flexibility to adapt to changing situations and needs. For example, during disasters and also pandemics, like the current COVID pandemic, as well as the cyclones and also the droughts. Therefore, we need to see our donor world or partners helping CSOs to sustain what impact they have also gained in the interventions. And also, there should be need to develop and establish knowledge hubs on environment to specifically speak on resilience, policy formulation and stakeholder consultations, engagement and management. For example, the ZRPF, although we know that currently ZRPF is limited to 18 districts, I actually envy the ZRPF for intervention because they've already established the information hubs in all the districts in courts so that other scales within the district, by scales, I think those who know the resilience language, I'm talking of the different levels of institutions. These in resilience language, we call them scales. For example, at ward level, district level, or provincial level. So what I'm saying here is we should have all those cadres at these levels being informed in the resilience language or resilience business, because it actually speaks to the environment, to climate change and other shocks and stresses. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sivit. I think one key thing that I managed to admire about his interventions was he was making specific recommendations which are targeting the funding partners in terms of what can you actually do in terms of moving forward. And some key lessons that we can take are actually coming from the ZRBF module, where they've also come up with innovation centers and things and knowledge management systems. So those are key success areas which we're saying they can be upskilled and they can also be taken to other districts. ZRBF is only working in 18 districts, but we also need it to also go to other districts of the country so that that same impact that has been achieved in other areas can actually also devolve to other areas. So we're going to also then, I think we still have a bit of time. So we're going to call CTD. Yes, CTDT. Yes, CTDT. Yes, thank you. I hope I pronounced it well, eh? Yeah, okay. So you have 5 minutes, then we'll take your few points. Yeah. Please also introduce yourselves. I'm just saying organizations, but I may not know who is.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Patrick Kasasa. I work for Community Technology Development Organization, formerly Community Technology Development Trust. I'm sorry I came in during tea. I drove from Harare this morning and yeah. So for the recommendations for environmental policies and programs to support the work of civil society in the country, I would like to start by giving a few examples of what we used to do, and then talk about what Mr. Mpande said, that the space is not there anymore as it used to be to deal with issues around the environment, environmental policies and programs. For our organization, we have been very active in environmental policy and legal framework formulation. Around 2006 to 2009, we were instrumental in the formulation of statutory instrument 61 of 2009, which was looking at how to regulate access to genetic resources. So if you look at SI 1661 of 2009, we were very active in its development. We were very active in engaging government in environmental policy formulation to the extent that we were key partners of the Ministry of Environment in the processes that led to the ratification of the Nagoya Protocol. I would not want to dwell much on what each of these do, but we were also around 2010, 2012, very active participants in coming up with the Biotechnology Act. And the Biotechnology Act, as it with the and in the domestication of the Nagoya Protocol. The Nagoya Protocol, the Cartagena Protocol is part of CBD, which talks about biosafety. And during those days, the government, through the Ministry of Environment, really used to, collaborate, work with civil society organizations, and like what Mr. Mpande said, that spirit of involving CSOs, consulting them, making sure that they are part and parcel of the decision making, the policy formulation processes was very strong. That seems to be dying. We hope it will not be buried by the CSO Act that is currently being, the PVO Act that is currently being looked at. We used to sit as a CSO member on the biosafety board. And in there, we could be giving views about environmental issues, environmental policies from a CSO perspective. I don't know who the board members are today, but I am not sure whether there is anyone with a CSOI in the board. We currently, some work that is being done similar to the work that the Resilient Project is doing in Toko and Mudzi and the other districts. We are trying to find, for example, how products of indigenous fruits can be part of ZIMFAC. You know, if you eat hacha, is that in the equation of a nutritional diet that is recorded under the ZIMFAC? Probably not. And there are a number of such fruits that feed rural economies and the rural households that are not included in ZIMFAC when they are looking at the nutrition, when they are looking at the food sources and so on. Those are not included. And what is the result of not including them? Is that the communities, the chiefs, the children do not take care of those trees. They are cut down, they are destroyed, they become firewood because they are not accounted for as being part of food. So we are trying to engage, and we hope we will be listened to ensure that the powers that be include those in the equation. The few asks, the few requests, being gentle, that we ask the players in the Ministry of Environment and to ensure that CSOs become active participants in policy formulation and decision making, so that their views are included in the bigger policy picture in the country, not to be looked upon as being threats to national security. We are equally Zimbabwean. We who think that we can jointly contribute positives. Yes, sometimes when you speak your mind and your mind is against the minds of the powers that be, you are not being foreign. You are not pushing a foreign agenda. You are just bringing a different eye to issues that affect our country. So we request that we become active participants in the climate change conferences, the CBD conferences, Cartagena Protocol conferences, and so on and so forth, that are held outside the country. And for civil society to be able to positively contribute they might want to work amongst themselves first to define and clarify their positions and their agenda that they take to government, that they take to the international forum to be included in the debates and discussions on how to sustain the economies and how to develop the economies of the world and the economy of Zimbabwe in particular. So there is need for civil society to collaborate among each other. I know we sometimes fight for the same resources from some of the donors, and whenever there is a proposal, call for proposal, we avoid each other so that we become the budget holder and so on and so forth. We only announce the call when there are 2 days towards the submission date. I think that way we will, some will get the money, but we will not develop as a block of CSO members. We should also continue to play our watchdog role, influencing role. Watchdog, meaning that if you listen to some of the CSOs in Harare, for example, the Harare Residents Trust and others who are always complaining about the water in the urban areas, which is full of sewage. And sometimes it ends up there. And that is a result of pollution that is coming from industry. CSOs are there, they are not talking about it. In fact, using the money that they have, they are busy buying clean water from the shops and propagating profits for industry and leaving the poor ones to survive on dirty water. Instead of making noise as a block of CSOs to Harare City Council, Bulawayo City Council, Gweru, Chitungwiza in particular, approach them as a strong force. Make sure that the town clerk and the councillors are taken to task, take them to court and so on, so that they start working on what they are supposed, they are duty bearers, they are supposed to deliver. But as CSOs, probably we are not doing that. That's a watchdog role that we need to be seriously involved in, so that we get the best for the communities, for the resources that we have. Harare City Council will use less water to treat sewage water in the electuary if we jointly make noise. And then our influencing roles will be like, ensuring that the right policies, the right pieces of legislation are put in place when someone is polluting, when industry is polluting. How much are they asked to pay? Who is enforcing that they pay? Who is enforcing that they conform to environmental safety and environmental cleanliness demands of our constitution? I am not a constitutional person. I saw my fellow lawyer here. It is section 73 of the constitution, I suppose, that talks about a clean environment, a safe environment. But are we living in it? No. The paper, the constitution is there clear in black and white about what the duty bearers are supposed to be delivering. CSOs who are supposed to be watchdogs are there, but probably not very engaged. If we work together, we could achieve some of these things. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
So a key recommendation there, are you working in silos, or are you going to collaborate so that we can achieve the tenets of the Constitution, the National Development Strategy, and also the tenets of your core founding values of your individual CSO organizations? I think that's something that is critical that we should ponder upon when we go into our various breakaway rooms. We don't have much time now. I'm going to call upon Jeremiah Mshosho, the program analyst, program specialist at UNDP, to guide us in the next session where we're going to be breaking our way into the various breakaway rooms, so that we can now really, I know some of you were not confident enough to raise your hands and share your recommendations. But I know in your individual small groups, you could be able to do that. So we'll do that in the next one. Okay, Jeremiah will guide us. Jeremiah, come through. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mamukasei, Lifukenja. Like you heard, my name is Jeremiah Mshosho. I lead the Environment, Climate Change and Energy portfolio in UNDP. And we just want to get into groups where we are going to discuss. Actually, this is why we are here today, to express our ideas clearly, loudly, as original as possible, so that we can capture the points which are going to be raised by people here. So what is going to happen, the conference which is going to take place in Stockholm is going to follow a format where we are going to have 3 leadership dialogues. So we are also going to use that format where we are going to get into 3 groups and we discuss a number of questions. So group number 1 is going to discuss about reflecting on the urgent need for action to achieve a healthy planet and prosperity for all. So this is going to be shared with you and it's going to be beamed as well so that you can see. And this group is going to be moderated by the Minister of Environment, Mr. Shoko. Maybe you can appoint somebody or you can help us to moderate that group. So the moderator is there to make sure that you stay on course, but not to control what you say, but just to help you that you stay on course as you respond to some of the questions. So just to highlight, I'll tell you one of the questions for this group is how can we restore regeneration of a positive relationship between nature and humans? So that will be under the first group. Then group number 2 is going to focus on achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery from the coronavirus disease. I'm sure you know that almost everything stopped when we had corona. Now we are back online. Should we continue to do the things which we were doing before corona? Should we continue to do things which we were doing 10 years ago? So this is the discussion which we really want to have under group 2. And this group is going to be moderated by UNDP. And Tafadwa is going to do that. You know Tafadwa already was speaking here. He's going to help you in moderating that particular group. The last group is going to be moderated by our consultant, Mr. Mtuso. I think you have seen him. And the group is going to be discussing about the acceleration of the implementation of the environment dimension of sustainable development. And we really hope that we will get original ideas, concerns, voices, issues from that. So also just to guide you, in that group, you need to appoint a rapporteur. That means a person who will write your points down and they will come and present after lunch, because we're going to have this discussion until 1, then 1 o'clock we go for lunch. So you need to appoint somebody who will write these points down and come here and present. So I also recommend that you write everything down clearly, as clear as possible, or if you can type your recommendations so that we are then able to decode them and include them in the report. Let me also reiterate that we are looking for very clear and concise recommendations. Ipai vanhu kadzimari vaite zvakati. Maposition aya ona baba ngatingoita 50-50. Kana mbeu ikauya tangai mapa vana mupa vanhu kadzi, kana yasara muzopa varume. semuenzaniso ndo recommendations atoda kuona. Nhoroondo dzinogona zotinetsa kunyora. So we want my recommendations are very clear. Also, as much as possible, let's avoid groupthink. Ngoti zvataurwa namwe izvozvo ndizvozvo. Mune mwane maideas ake, mune mwane zvanofunga. Saka toda kukurudzira kuti ite dialogue, ite discussion, munhu wese ngacontribute. Hakuna watinoti uyu ndiye ari kuziva regai aramba achitaura yeye ndiye. Saka toda kuzama kuti izvozvo zviite sei. My opinion leaders now asi toda kuti vapewo vamwe chance yekutaura. So what we are going to do, I've counted 8 tables. Then kuita imwe table yevanhu vasiri pamatable. Saka tine 9. Saka tine 9 matables kudaro. Matable matatu ari kumberi ndimi magroup 1. Saka table iri pakati pamatable ari kufront mungotendedza machairs enyu mutarisa kumashure. Vari kutable yekumberi moenda muno wajoina. Matable matatu ari kutera ari pakati. Table iri pakati pacho mutarisa kumashure. Vari kumberi moenda munojoina imwe table yacho. Matable 2 asara kumashure. Table iri pamberi tarisai kuneri kumashure. Vari pamacheya vasiri pamatable mojoina group iroro ndiro group 3. Zvanzisika? Ndotangidza here. Then vari online, our colleagues who are online, tichabhima questions. Each leadership dialogue in 3 questions. Saka tiri kukumbirai vari online for you to select 2 questions per each leadership dialogue so that you address 6 questions. Identify a rapporteur online, and please, we will ask you to report back after lunch. So we have time until 1 p.m. so that we do the group work. Thank you in advance.
Sorry, colleagues, I know we are breaking up. Can I kindly ask if there's anyone who has a special diet, who does not eat something or they want something specifically made for them, just raise your hand and we'll come to you. And then if there's someone who has not also registered, just raise your hand and we'll come with you with the register as well. Okay, so continue raising them. I'm moving around and I'm coming to you. Cleo is coming to where you are, but we can do the breakaway discussion.
Good morning, colleagues online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So now we are in our breakaway sessions, where we will be, where we are meant to select 2 questions from each plenary session, which we are going to address. I'm your moderator. My name is Cleopatra. I'm with UNDP. And maybe for starters, if we can start by identifying a group rapporteur who will also present to the main plenary session. Do we have any volunteers of the rapporteur? Hello, is there anyone online? Colleagues, can you hear me? Blessed Marecha. Yes, Makosi, good morning, how are you? Can we have somebody who can volunteer to be our rapporteur who will present our findings to the main plenary? Yes, good morning, good morning. Can we, I think let's begin our discussions. I've requested that everyone can unmute themselves. I think. Thank you, Makosi. I've noted that you are saying you will use the chat box. I think let's start for session one. Let me just also just paste all the questions in the chat box for ease of reference for everyone. Maybe if you can start with the questions on the first plenary session. How can we restore and regenerate a positive relationship with nature? List 2 or 3 good practices and pathways that you'd like to see scaled up to enable to move to a healthy planet.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. It's Betha Jambaya from Jegesa Pfungwa Fudingondo, JPV.
Yes.
I don't know. I just want to say maybe as communities would really appreciate the inclusion in decision-making when decisions are being made in the communities, especially as women, young boys and girls, so that they are included from the beginning. If we are deciding on handouts, you are deciding on something to be done in the community, if we can start there by involving our people in the community so that their voice can be heard. So I don't know whether I've started on a wrong, but I think inclusion of the community and the people and the organizations who are working at community level would make things maybe easier, and the environment, so that they would be very careful in the environment so that they're involved. We talk to them, we involve them at every level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Betha. That's really true. Community involvement at every level is very important. Yes, I hope I don't mispronounce your name. Kanya Sidangi.
It's Khanya Sidangi.
Kanya, thank you so much.
Okay, I think a way just to add on to what the last speaker just said, I think the baseline thing would be to promote education. I know maybe it's obvious, say it might sound cliche, but you find out, I'm an EIA consultant, by the way. So you find that when you are conducting projects, people have reiterated knowledge, like they just know that there is maybe sustainable development, that you're supposed to do certain things, maybe avoid or deforestation and all that stuff. But then the actual application of that thing, they don't understand it. So to them, it's just things that are said just for them to know, but not things that they don't really get to follow through. So I think with education, that we have to add an element of actually getting people to gain practical experience. I think that's something that could really go a long way into achieving sustainable development in communities.
Yes, thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like to contribute? Mercy?
Okay, I wanted to add on what the first speaker just said on issue of inclusivity, especially on the worker side. We are looking at the just transition on the labor force. For the workers to be able to work with others and also towards this climate action, we need inclusivity on from the planning stage to the end. So as well as issues to do with, sorry, I mentioned issues to do with inclusivity as well as issues to do with training, so that we'll be able to appreciate, and also harmonization of all labor actions being taken by all the climate actors, so that we'll be able to support each other.
Thank you so much, Mercy. That is very true. Norbert.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My input is that we're not starting afresh dealing with environmental issues, as we are 50 years after the Brundtland Conference. But I think what we can do together now is to take stock of where our resources are. If each and every ward could have a natural resources plan, which will indicate whether where you are, we have got a healthy area, how can that area also contribute to a healthy planet? Because I believe over this but there's been a lot of degradation. Hence, the increase in issues with climate change, land degradation, water shortages, and all the like. So if we could start maybe have the NRM natural resources plans for each and every ward in the country, it will give us the stock where we are and where we can go from now going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. And natural, what level in natural resources plan would be something which would be very helpful. That's true. Mercy, is that an old hand?
I'm sure, sorry. Sorry about it.
Oh, it is. Blessed.
Yeah.
Good morning, Blessed. Yes, I'm hearing you, but it's rather faint. I'm not sure, maybe it's my network.
I think for us to achieve the position, we need to be law-guided citizens. We must be the citizens who are willing to observe the law. I think Zimbabwe is one of the countries which will uphold laws as far as the protection of the environment and then that the thing is citizens are not willing to follow the law. So, for example, if you take into consideration the environmental management case, that is so profound. It provides for environmental impact assessment, like any developer must still have a risk assessment. And every person who is going to be affected by the project must be consulted and must participate. But what is happening currently is totally different from what is provided for him. And our constitution also is clear, section 23. It's clear everyone live in an environment which promotes their health, but the environment we are living in, like the town countries, they are not doing their education. They are not compliant. I think for us to achieve, we must be willing and we must be law-abiding citizens. We must follow the law. That's the law says. If we are not to follow like the law says, then do our obligations as the law. I think we can do it. That's the reason we want to follow.
Thank you, Blessed. I think my connection was poor. I didn't quite get everything which you said. It would be helpful if you can type something in the chat box as well. But I believe if I heard you well, you were speaking about the need of implementing EIAs. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. I think if you can then just get into the chat box and just type in some of the other main points which you had so that we can then capture them properly.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we have plenty more discussions to talk about. I can see Makosi typed in the chat box the issue of inclusion and intergenerational dialogues on IKS system, on IKS and upholdness of indigenous communities and localization of the climate change agenda. That's very true as well. How else can we restore and regenerate a positive relationship with nature? Philippa. Hello, Philippa, would you like to say something? Colleagues, have we exhausted the question? Or Bertha, would you like to say something? I can see you have admitted.
Is it Dafazwa?
It's Cleopatra.
Okay, sorry, dear.
No problem.
I don't know, people are so quiet, but I'm not quite sure whether someone has, I didn't quite hear the last person who was speaking about the resources. I was going to say resource allocation at institutional level and at the grassroots level. You'll find out that in most cases, the resources are more given to the big organizations or institutions, and the grassroots organizations usually get peanuts, and yet they are the ones who are really on the ground on day-to-day environmental involvement that they are having on the ground. So I thought maybe the resources part of it could be addressed. Thank you, dear.
Yes, that's true. Kanya. Yeah, I think I got it right this time.
Okay, the question was how can we build a positive relationship with nature, right? Was that the question? I'm trying to see if I got it right.
Yes, it is. It's the one which I had posted in the chat box.
Okay, so I think the first thing that we need to establish is a respect for nature, just generally the culture of respect towards nature, because I think people were inconsiderate towards it, and we've taken a lot from nature over centuries, and we do not realize that nature has got the power to take back what we have taken from it. So there's going to be a breaking point when nature eventually, kind of reclaims, like what we're seeing with the floods and with the whole climate changing. I think there's a way of nature reclaiming itself back to try and heal itself. So I think building a culture of respect where people understand that you don't just cut down a tree because it's serving a purpose and stuff like that. And I think for older people, it's kind of like too late, because it's difficult to instill culture in someone that is already grown in a toxic environment. But then if we go back to the younger generation and do the whole Catch Them Young initiatives that used to be there, and we introduce maybe things into the curriculum at school where people are taught sustainable development or or whatever, healthier relationship with nature from a very young age, so that it grows with them. That way we're guaranteed that a whole generation and generations after it treats the environment in a more friendly manner compared to us. So I think maybe in like I'm saying, including things like that into the curriculum, into the school curriculum, and also maybe understanding that, but I think there's also some moves that are already being made in restoring the relationship with nature. Like you're seeing some big corporations that are already moving more into the environmental, social governance things, and they are promoting sustainable development and all that stuff. So I think there's things that are already being done in an effort to kind of bring us to reconciliation with nature. But I think the solution would be to start with the very, very young people and introducing it into the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kanya. I think I cannot agree with you anymore. If you notice, our grannies and our grandpas had a lot of respect for nature, and we even had indigenous systems which allowed which fostered that respect more, with things which we knew Jugazila or Chinoyera. Yeah. And because of that, we found that the environment was better conserved and managed then. And I think if we can also bring in that respect, like you're saying, into the school, into homeschooling, be it in the religious structures, be it church or whichever religion a person follows, I think that's something which will actually be very beneficial. Thank you for mentioning that.
Okay, maybe if I could add maybe some sort of kind of case study. There's Amadora. I don't know if people know that. Amadora, I come from Rwanda, and there's a lot of those. So there was a time where you'd get, during the Madora season, you'd get people that come from all over Zimbabwe, and then they flood down there. Some would even camp, and they would cut down the mapana trees. Mapana trees is where the Madora grow. They would cut them down and trying to reach for the Madora that are at the top of the trees. Obviously, that's not how the local people, they do it. The local people, you wait for the Madora to come down from the tree, and then you pick them up. And you don't pick them up for resale. You pick them up to just sustain your family, or just to have, and then you let the rest go so that there is meal or seed in for the next season. So there was a season where Amadora dried out. I think it was for a year or two where they dried out, and you'd get them in the fezzes, deep in the maplazi. That's where you'd get Madora, but not close to the worms. And people had to travel longer distances to get those Madora. So in our village, what the headman did was they would try to now control people that are coming in to get those Madora, and then also control the harvesting of the Madora itself. So they use the ID system, taking people's IDs and seeing where they are from, and asking and then limiting people from Uti. You can only get as much as 2 buckets, nothing more than that, or a bucket, and nothing more than that from the area. And I saw, in the next year, it didn't even take 2 years afterwards, in the next year, Amadora came back to closer to homes. So If
Wow.
people just they come back like this year. I think they're now there maybe because of the rains and whatever. I don't know. But then they come back. They kind of regenerated and came back when people started doing that thing, limiting the harvesting and the people that get madora and stuff like that. So it worked. So I think these things are restoring the relationship with nature is not hard at all. I think it's possible things that can be done. It's not even really hard. It's just an issue of having people respect nature and say, okay, we are all agreed on doing this, and it happens. It doesn't even take much effort. If you look at maybe sites that have been polluted and you look at how fast nature reclaims those, you kind of see that, no, these things are not difficult. If something is if people are willing to do it, it's something that we can do in a very short space of time. We don't need years. Thank you.
That's very true. And I think also you've just ended the point that we need to make our solutions tailor-made to the particular community or area where we can get something which is a solution which is easy to implement, which is accessible and yet effective. All right. Shall we move on to the next question? I'm not sure if the questions I had put in the chat box got copied well, but then the next question was, what are the actions that you, CSOs, CBOs, communities would take to scale up the change towards a healthy planet? I believe each and every one of us, at the very least, belongs to a community. So I'm sure everyone should be having something to say of the actions we can scale up to then change towards a healthy planet. Norbert, can you please go ahead?
I'd raised my hand in connection with the last item.
It's still okay. You can go ahead. You can still go ahead on the last item. It's still fine.
No, that's fine. I wanted to add that in Zimbabwe, we've got a very good constitution, which I don't think most people know or most people follow or most people think is a useful document when it comes to environmental issues. If you look at, if we are aware of our rights, and then we do our development as to access our rights, we'll be able to understand why and how we can keep our environment healthy. If you go to section 73 of the Constitution, that's where you'll find the environmental rights. And in the environmental rights, it's quite clear that you are not supposed to be destroying the environment, but we're supposed to be working with it so that it sustains ourselves and sustains the present and future generations. So the rights-based approach to all development, I think, will assist in not putting the environment in a silo, but putting it together with all other developments that we want to do, because all our development in this country runs around land issues, runs around farming, runs around anything. Farming and the environment, they go together. So if we think even beyond community level to up to national level and stress on the importance of our rights, rather than criminalizing our rights, but really see to that the rights are universal, the rights are important, rights are equal, and the environment is equal to all of us, we'll be in a better position to look back on our own where we are, as I said earlier, and looking forward using the rights-based approach. I think it would assist us to be open-minded whenever we're dealing with the environment and other development issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also very important, referring back to the rights of everyone, primarily being the right to a clean, safe and healthy environment as per section 73 of the Constitution. Shall we continue on the actions which we can take or which you can scale up which we can take to scale up the change towards a healthy planet. What actions can we take? I believe what you had said, no, but also ties with the second question, to say if we can scale up the rights-based approach in whatever development which you choose to do, we should be in a position to then foster a healthier planet. Marcos is saying community awareness, involvement and engagement on climate change and justice. Yes, that's true, because where there is no awareness, you find that a lot of degradation takes place, not in a malicious manner, but just from the lack of knowledge. Colleagues, what other actions can we take as CSOs, as CBOs, as communities? Norbert, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I think as CBOs or CSOs or NGOs, we are not leading in issues of development in any country, but we are there to complement or supplement. But unfortunately, what we have observed over years is that whatever we're trying to bring in, we've got very few listeners. The government doesn't listen much to what we propose. If I think of issues of indigenous knowledge, we brought this idea of indigenous knowledge systems as far back as the early 90s, somewhere there. And everybody was quiet about it. We talked about it, did everything we could. No one would listen until it got to a point where things are at a breaking point. Then you find that the government starts adopting such kind of things when all will have been lost. If you look at smart agriculture, CSOs began the smart agriculture far long back, and no one was listening. Would do workshops, do presentations to government. They will still be sticking to their methodologies at the state and never listen to what CSOs bring on board. Maybe it's because of our nature, we're not that robust, we're small in nature, and getting that listening, that lobbying, I think is quite important if we could have to strengthen our lobbying structures, our advocacy structures, so that what we lobby, how can we lobby for a successful change? You know, especially when we're looking at the environment, it's so critical for the present and future generations. But from where I sit, we don't get positive responses from the state. It takes them long time for them to sort of recognize or take it seriously what NGOs are doing. I don't know how others think.
Yes. So maybe just to paraphrase, you're saying that we need government to pay a more listening ear to the CSOs and NGOs collectively in the things which suggest, as well as to strengthen our lobbying. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. I saw another hand. Kanya.
Okay, thank you. I would like to refer back to what the first speaker said, the one who talked about the Constitution and how communities we can use that to scale up maybe our efforts towards a healthier planet. I think okay, I'll speak on the EIAs because that's what I understand. So every project, well, a certain level of a project is required to have an EIA done, for example, say for mining or anything that is going to have adverse environmental impacts. So I think as communities, if you see someone coming in and starting a project, I think we should be more proactive and respond to that and try to find out if those people have actually conducted those things, if those and understand exactly what those people are coming to do, because at the end of the day, it's our environment that is going to get damaged because we're the ones that stay there. But what you see with most communities is if someone comes in, you're not looking for a lot of things, you're just looking to, oh, my kids are going to get employed, or I'm going to be now selling my stuff to those people, and we're not looking at the bigger picture. So I think as communities, we should be more responsible. I don't think we are responsible enough for what happens to our environment. We just leave it to maybe an IEMA or leave it to someone else to look out for our own environment. But we as the community, we're not really being proactive in protecting our environment. So I think maybe efforts in having community-led initiatives or groups that actually active in holding accountable the use of the environment and actually holding people to task. If you're going to carry out a project, show us your papers, show us that you've done this, and etc. Stuff like that. I hope I'm making sense. And another thing that the last speaker mentioned, the lobbying, like we need to increase our efforts in the lobbying. I wanted to just say I agree with that as well. But yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. The issue of ownership again comes not only ownership in the sense of saying that it's my ancestral land, but rather in actually taking an active part in the issues which then come up. And like you're saying, if a new development comes, taking it to task and really critically analyzing what it's about. Sometimes it may be causing more harm than good, and we can only realize it years later. And it's something which could have been avoided or mitigated or something of that nature. Thank you so much. Rumbidzai has posted in the chat box. She's saying, that's for the first question which we're doing. We need to promote land restoration and land reclamation after mining activities are done. Sustainable waste management and adopting a circular economy, increasing awareness and continuing to mainstream environmental issues in all sectors, since it's also quite inevitable for natural resources to be used and extracted to serve as inputs in development programs. Having a circular economy and promoting recycling can go a long way. SDG 12. Promoting socioeconomic development so that people can be able to switch to environmentally sustainable lifestyles. Not everyone is able to take up education to high levels, and there are many school dropouts, so not everyone is in a position to access environmental knowledge. Thank you so much. I also think maybe to just comment or to add on to what you have said, Rumbidzai, maybe also being able to break down the environmental knowledge into chewable chunks, so to say, into knowledge which people can decipher at any level of education, because even our grannies who didn't have much formal education actually know a lot about the environment and are also in a position to learn and teach us a lot about the environment. So it's something which we should also do, that while we're having our educational campaigns and our awareness raising campaigns, we can break down the information into chunks which everybody can assimilate. Blessed, do you have your hand up? Blessed?
Yes.
Hello, Blessed, are you there? I think Blessed is having some network challenges. Blessed, are you able to type in the chat box? Then we can read out your input. Mercy, can you please go ahead?
Okay, I just wanted to add on the actions that we CSOs can use to achieve we can take towards the health planet We need research to improve on our knowledge and understanding of climate mitigation and adaptation, whether they are policies or the implications. Then communication as well. Communication is the key. We can work with the schools, even the media, even the actors, so that we reach to everyone, to every person that matters to the future of our planet. Also promotion of social dialogue, as well as networking. We need to work with each other, working in partnerships, because we can achieve a healthy planet by working together. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mercy. Tafadzwa is saying educating the communities is a good initiative in building sustainable planets that will promote conservation of nature. Yes, that's very true, because the communities are the ones who interact the most with the environment, the very environment which we want to conserve.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say maybe the introduction of alternative technologies, like use of fuel-saving stoves, and also maybe the use of solar lighting to reduce the cutting of trees, and also to continue talking about the Constitution, especially the Constitution which touches on environment to the community, so that they are aware every time that they do something, and introducing something like a technology that they can use instead of maybe using a lot of firewood. They would use a little bit of firewood. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Tinashe?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add on the issue of efficiency, that it can be also used for water and energy efficiency as well from the industry and the household. Because if we are efficient in our households, we get to reduce the bill of water and energy, and we even reduce the demand from the utility provider, that is ZESA and ZINWA or the Water Council in most cases, whereby we can actually also use rainwater harvesting to collect some of the water and reduce our water bills. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Tinashe. The issue of efficiency, and even oftentimes you think of it from a large scale, but then the little things which you can do at home can make a difference, which goes a long way. That's very true. I think let's move on to, if you can, with the indulgence, if we can move on to the next set of questions. I can see that we may not be doing very well on time. We've got about 6 questions to tackle. So far, we have done 2, and we are meant to finish at 1. So we've got just over 30 minutes to complete the other 4 questions. I've sent through on the chat another set of questions on achieving sustainable and inclusive recovery from the coronavirus. Maybe let's just do the first 2 questions like we had been doing. What do you think are the most promising sustainable and inclusive recovery practices currently which can be implemented? As we know, the coronavirus stopped a lot of things. It was a problem in many ways, but also it created many opportunities, especially in terms of green recovery. So what are now it's time for us to identify what we can do as we are recovering from the COVID pandemic. What can we do which you think is the most promising and sustainable inclusive recovery practices which we can implement? Are there any sustainable practices which we can use, which can help us recover from the COVID pandemic? Yes, Tanasha, kindly go ahead.
I think you say the policies. We've seen that even during the COVID, we are having virtual consultations. As of now, we're having one, and there's one, an example is for the National Energy Efficiency Policy. So I believe with the policy, it can guide on the investment for the country and even on guidelines for implementation of prioritized activities, which can also relate to other multilateral agreements, such as the low emission development strategy, which is looking into Zimbabwe's green growth trajectory. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Policy change is definitely a step in the right direction. And also it's interesting that you mentioned the issue of online meetings. It's funny how COVID has taught us that we don't always have to meet in person. We don't always have to travel to a certain place for us to have an effective discussion, which in essence does cut on emissions, especially vehicular emissions, etc. So then that's something which we have learned from COVID, which is actually a good thing, which we can actually take up going forward. Yes, Betha, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I think at the moment, if the government could start planning together with the grassroots organizations who are on the ground on being prepared for whatever disaster that would come or any other things like the COVID or whatever. If we can plan together, if we plan and be prepared, not to be caught unaware when things come.
Yes, that's very true. If you can be more prepared to and probably build resilient systems which allow us to bounce back as soon as possible whenever we get a shock. That's something which will be very helpful. Colleagues, you can go ahead and air out your views. Norbert, would you like to come in?
Yeah, sure. I was just looking at what did we learn from COVID, and what can be done for future pandemics, like the health pandemics and other pandemics which you might not be aware of, that might just come in. I think the issue of preparedness in a number of areas is quite important. I think we learned quite a lot in terms of in the COVID era, that pollution, I think, was one of the issues that contributed quite a lot in terms of bring in COVID-19. And when there was reduced travel, especially air travel, we found the nature repairing itself. In some places, even if we see ourselves getting too much rain, maybe that's the way it is sort of repairing itself. But other issues around protection of the environment, we need a lot of vegetative cover. I'm sure in most of our areas where we are, vegetative cover is quickly running out when you realize that the vegetative cover is so important in terms of managing the carbon. So whatever vegetative cover that we have will manage carbon as much as it can. So bring back vegetation will be another way of pulling it through as a policy issues, not planting trees on December 9 or December, first Saturday of December only, but to look at how relevant is the vegetation to our lives, to our environment and so forth. I think vegetation plays very, very, very strong role, especially when you look at water. Water is very critical and also very important in terms of managing carbon. But the way you are managing our water systems, how we are managing our vegetation, we need to look back and say, we need to change. We need to stop siltation of our water bodies. We need to stop failing to recharge underground water systems. And all those environmental issues, I think they came out clearly during the COVID era, that without protecting the environment, we're actually creating other calamities which might not be aware of, that might follow at later stages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norbert. Kanya, would you like to come in?
Yes, thank you. So my takeaway from COVID, especially in as far as sustainability is concerned, was that there was a realization to there's a connection between public health, sustainability, and then the economy as well. And I'll use a simple example of the mask, like the disposable ones, those blue ones that we use. I think people were, when it started, people they were okay with just buying and throwing away, until they realized it's expensive, one, and it started causing an issue of waste management as well. So people then realized, no, we can actually use reusable masks, the ones that we can sauna and then we weigh and wash. So I think there was a general shift where people realized, no, it's actually more beneficial to reuse stuff instead of increasing the volumes of waste and etc. So I think with such things, maybe now people are going to go on and realize, no, there's no need in using plastic. Now we can use maybe those poly bags and etc. for our shopping. And I think there was that enlightenment. So I think the takeaway that we can have from the COVID-19 pandemic is realizing, I'll talk on waste management, is realizing the benefits of reusing stuff in as far as waste management is concerned. And so that if we continue doing that, that is going to help us reduce pollution and etc. And then it goes on and on and on and on. So that was my main takeaway from COVID-19.
Thank you very much. Norbert, is that a new hand?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, so old hand. Yes, the issues of the circular economy. It's interesting how during COVID, we started seeing people realizing that with the little space they have at home, you can actually have a garden, you can actually have a compost, you can compost your biodegradable waste and things like that. It's something which at least we got something in terms of waste management, which we learned from the COVID era. Blessed is saying, let me just, okay, there are quite a number of messages I had missed, sorry. Blessed said, for us to have a healthy planet, I think as communities, we need to monitor extraction of natural resources in our territory, ensuring that there's equity benefits from the available resources among the members of the society, and also ensuring that the next generation will be able to benefit from the same resources. I think that way a healthy planet can be achieved. Then Blessed said again, I think food production is one of the practices we need to focus on as a way to recover from the blows of COVID-19. There is need to reclaim all arable lands which are underutilized to capitalize production of food, either by growing crops or keeping animals. Then Anatolia said, for a healthy climate, I think communities must be involved, must be educated and involved in planting new trees, recycling, and of course, funding is needed. Yes, again, back to the issue of funding and equitable distribution of resources. How else can we, as we are recovering, regenerate or foster a healthy or have a sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic? Colleagues, have we exhausted that question? Norbert, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. It's not much, but what I realized is that we still have got a lot to do in terms of innovation, in terms of creativity in wherever we are, so that we do not rely on one centers of production. When there was lockdowns, the most cry that people had was to go to big cities to get replenishment of this and that spread COVID throughout the two or three areas that people will be traveling with. But if you're going to think of investing locally and ensuring that what you invest is in a sustainable manner, we'll be able to generate that economy, local economy, that will sustain that local economy. If it is mining, let it be a strong mining. If it is agriculture, let it be strong agriculture with all the necessary environmental structures, which we should make them very sustainable. We should not all be relying on Harare, Bulawayo, Kweru, Mtare, something like that. Because that's where people are running to. Because that's where resources are, that's where money is, that's where food is. So I think let's develop locally, make it strong locally, and that way we'll be able to sustain ourselves locally and also link without any challenges of moving up and down. As we said earlier, now we're talking to each other. I mean, Bulawayo, in Gweru, and everything is going on like that. And also invest in this, in the gadgets for communication. You know, we know that internet is so important, but look at it right now. We have got our children who are not able to engage with others because of lack of investment in the rural areas. So we need that kind of investment where technology is also spread out, and also not to rely specifically on resources every day, but also to be innovative in such a way that we can rely on other economies that can sustain us at rural level, at urban level, without literally surviving on one resource. Say we're looking at industry, but let the industry be spread out, and not only agriculture, but also other non-agricultural products that we could use to sustain ourselves, so that we don't all of us fall on one resource and overuse it, degrade it. At the end of the day, we all suffer the same problems. So I think we need investment in a number of areas and grow our own economies wherever we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that a new hand, Norbert? Or it's the same one?
I'm trying to remove it. Slower.
Okay. No, no, that's okay. Maybe if we can just move, yeah? Oh, it's refusing, it's okay. If we can just move on to the next question. Are the current environment and climate change or renewable energy programs inclusive? Are the current environment and climate change and renewable programs inclusive? And if not, how best can we make them more inclusive? If they are, how best can we scale it up? Yes, Tinashe, can you please go ahead?
I would say yes, they are inclusive, but there is need for improvement for grassroots level, especially if you look at the consultations. We have representatives from all organizations and stakeholders who might have some divergent views from the other ones who are there out there in the grassroots, in the ward level, the village levels, which might need further consultations when the strategies and policies being made are put in place. So I would say yes, in as much as we appreciate the efforts being made, there's still room for more improvement so that the grassroots can be getting these consultations at village level and ward level, in as much as they have representatives in the consultation processes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kanya, can come through?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to agree with Tinashe on that one. In as much as we're here today representing different organizations and where we come from, the actual implementation of whatever result or findings come out from this consultation is down there in the communities with the people that actually maybe stay there or on a daily, experience whatever effects climate change might have, and etc. So I feel like with these consultations, they don't really have an active voice that is there. So maybe because we're here, we're meeting, maybe if we could have consultations that actually go down there and the maybe communities and actually engage the people, because these solutions will have to be implemented by them. They have to understand them and etc. Because if that doesn't happen, it becomes it inhibits as well the effective implementation. And then we're going to come back and say, why aren't the solutions bearing any results? Because people maybe don't understand what we're doing, or sometimes some of the solutions that we propose are kind of imposed on those people, and it doesn't work it won't work that way, because those people understand a different way of dealing with the situations that they're facing. So in as much as it's inclusive to a certain extent, I feel like it's not inclusive to a greater extent in that regard. So if we could have that looked into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And funny enough, not long ago, about 2 weeks ago, we were having a consultation in Mutare, and another 3 or so weeks before that, we had another consultation in Harare, and that is something which kept on coming up. That the consultations, in as much as we're sitting in a hotel or in our offices online, the real issues are with the people in the communities down there, like you're saying. And in as much as we can try to formulate policies and programs at this level, unless and until we actually physically go there or reach out to them, we might be just creating seemingly good documents and programs on paper, and yet they cannot be implemented because they don't speak to the real issues on the ground. Is there anyone else who would like to come in? I think there's some messages in the chat box. Let me just check. Rumbi Zai was saying, in response to the first set of questions what are the actions CBOs and CSOs could scale up, take to scale up to change towards a healthy planet? She's saying community development with bottom-top approach, youth development, rural development, in line with involving more women in development programs. Sometimes it's not easy to do so, especially in farming communities, because from what we have experienced in Mutasa under Elevation Zimbabwe, there's been a gender inequality where it comes to attendance. We had an event which people were invited to, but there was about 11 females and 3 males came. So I'm not sure how issues like that can be addressed. Maybe it falls under women empowerment. Then on question 3, she says, we can increase access to resources, capacity building. Since we're in a digital era, efforts need to be made to decrease the digital and technological divide. There's platforms online such as the Yali, which offer free courses that people who drop out of school due to financial issues can take up to enhance their knowledge. They currently have a campaign they're running, Yali for Our Future, which is centered on climate change, but due to the digital divide and high data charges, less people can take them up in our communities and in rural communities. Increasing internet access can also enable more people to benefit from virtual programs, because sometimes organizations lack capacity to implement activities physically and use virtual platforms. That's very true. We need to really manage the digital space if we are going to fully maximize the benefits which it brings to us. Tinashe, is that in your hand?
Okay, thank you. I wanted to also say, in as much as we have some policies that speak to each other, such as if you look at the National Energy Efficiency Policy, it has gender, climate, environment, energy, and everything inside. And we have other ones, such as the National Climate Policy, National Climate Change Response Strategy, and then NDC to the UNFCCC. I think there's need for domestic finance, climate finance, especially for the CSOs and CBOs. Like enough, the government is coming up with the National Climate Change Fund architecture, so that we have our own funding that comes from Zimbabwe, which understand the challenges we face, which could be different from the multilateral agreements, because they have very stiff requirements for an individual to access those funds. And you see the big organizations are the ones that usually get that finance. So there's need for local climate finance to be available.
Yes, thank you so much. Kanya? Kanya, is that in your hand?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's an old one. Sorry about that. Let me know.
Oh, okay. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, we can hear you, Norbert. Would you like to come in?
Yeah. I just need if someone who could explain to me the question we are dealing with right now. What do you mean by inclusive renewable energy programs? I've been searching in my vocabulary in other places to say what is it that we mean by renewable energy? Anyone, did you hear me?
Yes, no, but I can hear you. I just had missed the last part of what you had said.
No, I was asking if anyone could explain to me what do we really mean by renewable energy? It's such a broad issue, because we look at renewable in a number of ways. Solar is renewable. Then we say inclusive. What do we mean by inclusivity? You know, do you mean say the other players, investors who are coming on board, or remove the monopoly of energy from ZESA to other players? What are you trying to get with this question?
In terms of renewable energy, we're basically talking about environmentally friendly energies, for example, from ranging from solar to things like biogas, etc. Things which are not as harmful to the environment as our fossil fuels or our old way of doing things would have been. Then in terms of inclusivity in this context, we are looking at from both ends, from the end of the beneficiaries, be it in the communities, because it's not only about renewable energy, it's also about environmental programs. Are they getting there to Chongokwe, for example? Are they getting there to Nyamapanda or wherever it is, where the real people who are actually facing the challenges which are coming with the environmental degradation are? And also at the same time, we're not talking about inclusivity, we're talking about that being able to have more people come to the table rather than having only just a handful of people who are doing this, and they're not having as many people being able to participate. So it's a bit of both. I don't know if that's answering your question well.
Yeah, no, it answers well. Then I can now contribute a bit on that.
Okay.
Because if we take the energy very seriously, I think it will need policy shift on increasing the players in the renewable energy. We know that these gadgets are not locally manufactured, but they're all imported. So how would it be easy for inclusivity to have them manufactured? The cost of renewable energy is reachable to communities. I come from Med South, and we find that it is only our friends who are in the diaspora who are able to have solar energy installed in their homes. And also, we need to sort of improve technology. Instead of using hand pumps, we use solar pumps for water provision. We use solar pumps and so forth. But the importation now is something else. So we need that kind of the inclusivity that will sort of say the government is also chipping in, so that we save the trees, we save all other environmentally degrading methods to achieve energy. And also I hear that now we've got solar cookers, we've got solar refrigerators, all those things, if they're made locally, it puts us closer to them, and also can create smaller businesses for the locals to also participate in those energy businesses that they could be extended to urban and also to rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's very insightful. And also, maybe just to add on, having us locally produce some of these technologies as other core benefits, like creating employment, etc., which are things which are good for development and good for our economy as a nation. Going to the chat box. Blessed had said that there is need to take the issue of corporate social responsibility more seriously for us to recover from the blows of COVID. Companies must give a report on how they're going to conduct their projects to generate income, report on their relationship with employees and how they're going to mitigate negative impacts as they impose that they may impose to the environment they are operating in, as well as how they're going to benefit the communities they are operating in. This will enable every interested party. Sorry, just hold on. Okay, okay. This will enable every interested party to access whether or not the intended project is viable or not as far as recovering from the blows of Corona is concerned. The issue of reporting is something which has also been spoken about in many fora, both locally and internationally, especially with regards to the issues on climate change and on carbon footprint. If we can have that also becoming more common and more popular. I know there's some big large corporates which have already started doing that, but if we can then make it something which happens more, we might be actually able to recover better from COVID. You're very rightly said on that. Then Owen says involvement in training of traditional leaders to engage them on various platforms. That's very true. And actually, we are very happy today in our workshop. For those who were able to join in earlier on, we actually have one of our traditional leaders from one of the local communities in Gweru who has joined us and is also consulting and being consulted just like the others and participating in this platform. So at least on that one, we are happy that we've already started implementing that, Owen. Then Rimbezai is saying, in line with climate change mitigation, there has been identification of mitigation priorities and actions under the Zimbabwe revised NDCs. So maybe we need to raise awareness on those so that people know the areas that need more focus, although all actions toward mitigation are important. Thank you. Yes, that's very true. Thank you so much. Then Owen is also saying, adding to use of local resources, there is need of total stores, for example, in my area in Fumba and Marangi. Marvelous has said, in renewable energy, we still can engage the government on issues covering the duties to be paid on importing equipment used in this form of energy. Yes, and also things like e-vehicles, which emit less, and those are some of the things which you can also engage the government in things in the areas of duty and things like that for us to have more of that which are beneficial to the environment. It's almost it is 1 o'clock and we are almost about to finish up our plenary session, but I think we've got time for one more question, I think. Maybe we can go to plenary session 3, the one which is currently beamed. What are the biggest challenges we're facing in implementing the communities commitments to the 2030 agenda and other environmental commitments? Those are multilateral environmental agreements. What are the biggest challenges which we are facing in implementing our commitments to Agenda 2030 and multilateral environmental agreements? Colleagues, well, we weren't lucky enough to get a bit of more time. Thank you so much for your participation. We're now breaking for lunch. We'll be back at 2. And for the online group, Tinashe will be presenting on our behalf. So let's meet again at 2. Then we can have the deliberations and the feedback sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can continue putting your responses on the chat box, even during lunch. They'll still be captured because we're recording the meeting, and our consultant will also be able to access that information as well. So then us breaking for lunch does not mean that the discussion cannot stop online.
Madam Chair, where are we having our lunch?
I think in the kitchen, you can get something to eat.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so
Chair.
much. Okay, bye.
So is in this meeting. Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. So we are starting with the online group to give their feedback to report. Is not in here. Okay, there's going to be a punishment for that. So colleagues, shall we have group 2 to come and present their reports? You can bring your flip charts or your computer up front here, and we will help you to display it. And once you finish presenting, may you please kindly hand over the material to us so that it can go to Stockholm on the next flight. Thank you. You are the first one.
Oh, 2 is number 1. Yeah. Okay. So the mic is this one. Thank you so much. Group 2 representative, my name is Rebecca. Our question was achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery from the coronavirus disease, COVID-19 pandemic. So with our moderator, we got some help on how to break it down to the following presentation, which is on the flip chart there, which says the advantages, I think it's a bit far. Thank you. The advantages of COVID-19 that can be maintained. What COVID-19 brought to us, even though it was a pandemic, we got online virtual learning, which is undisputable. Takatanga kuita zvinhu zvepama online zvatakanga tisingazivi, zinto ezinengi eze online, online classrooms, online everything. I think even now you can see we are waiting for an online presentation. The whole globe has been taken into one room. We are live in Sweden, we are live in everywhere because of COVID. Everything went online, which is an advantage to us. Then also cleanliness, hand washing, takanga tisingaide, tisingaizivi, tisingaifariri. Asi mazuva ano inongoti pick and pay, unosanitizwa, unohand washwa, security haupindi padoo usina kudii. Kana one kudzimba zvaanani kuti munhu ageze maoko, iCovid iyoyo. Herbal gardens, medicines, IKS, indigenous knowledge systems, dzakatanga kuitwa value. Because kudhara waiti munhu akarwara ukatita zvezumbani nofunga waifane kusekwa. Asi mazuva ano zumbani fashion, garlic, ginger, you name it all, it's because of COVID. Takatotanga kutoonawo vanhu vachitopinda mumasango vachingoti tiri kutsvaga zumbani rinozonanikwa, rinozorimwa. All these things came into life because of COVID. Then also the lockdowns that we were having, we ended up buying things in bulk, staying at home. Also this reduced the transportation. Kungopinda mutauni chero usina chauri kunoita. Unopezera wagara kumba because lockdown waivhunzwa tsamba yausina. Saka at the end of the day, people stayed at home, buying things in bulk, pollution, yekuti ndane ex-japu yake, nema fumes, yakasungwa nemaguri, arungopinda mtown achiita pollution. So at the end of the day, the city was clean, the city and everywhere, kwaigara kuine congestion, traffic nevanhu, kwakatanga breathe fresh air because of lockdowns. And also staying at home, people started gardening, and netumwe tumabasa tekuti musashotane mumba. Then also COVID for women, especially for women, it opened their eyes. Vakaona kuti life can change overnight because baba vaimboshanda kwavaishanda vakanga vachigara pamba. Saka vakadzi vakatanga kuona kuti life has changed. Saka regai ndimuke. People started working hard, people started having misika, entrepreneurship, my gardens, because we women, we used to look up to men, but the men were home and doing nothing. And COVID was there ravaging. ichisota vanhu. So the small businesses were promoted, projects, poultry, vamwe vakatanga umbrella, bags and blah, blah, blah. Then also pane government provision of food to learners, zvakabatsirawo kuti vana vaishaya chekudya vakatanga kuwana hot meals and available food was available. Then with the introduction of the Zupco buses, there was also public transportation, which is a bit reliable, though it has challenges, but I think it's improving. Ichibatsira transport system in the country. Then also the COVID. Because chero mama uchivengana asine kuzoswera pamba Monday to Friday baba namai makajokorana nevana nasisi vakabva kumusha vanhu vakapesera kutongoona kuti ndo hama yako iyoyo ichongoifarira. Then even in the community the bond also improved because the next person was your relative. So at the end of the day chero uchimuvenga muroja iyeye kana kuti vemai vepa next door, people ended up knowing and getting closer in communities and in families. So inclusiveness after the advantages of COVID, pane issue inclusiveness muma projects tiri muma communities kuti what should be done. Paitawo issue yekuti if there are programs that are to be done, maybe it's the stakeholders or whoever, government or development partners, they should involve people at the grassroots. Nekuti nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, veno vacho ndo vari grassroots, ndo vanogara kuMukoba, ndo vanogara kuShurugwi, ndo vanogara kuLupane, ndo vanogara kuLower Gweru, ndo vanoziva zviri kuitika. Zvavanoda ndo vanozviziva. Saka we are urging and appealing for a bottom-up approach. Yekuti you don't impose things to people, but you come and consult and say munoda chii. Vanhu vokuudzai kuti vanochidirei kana vasingachizivi kuti hachivabatsiri, movabatsira kuti vachinzwisise. There was also an example that was given some time of an NGO which came and gave vanhu mablare toilets because kwaita cholera. Vanhu vachita basa rekuita mabush toilets. So they built mablare toilets for them, but vachingoenda, the whole community yakatanga kushandisa mablare toilet iwayo kuisa chibage chavo vachiti tawana magranaries kuratidza kuti kwavari zvakanga zvisina basa zvematoilets. So a lot of projects become white elephants. Anenge akungonzi yaive chakati because the community inongoti ndezvemadhona auya aendi because there was no involvement of the community at the grassroots because they need ownership. They need to understand and to be included in whatever is being done. Then the projects should be apolitical. What do we mean as Group 2? We are saying these projects should not be for part A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They should be for people. And these people should be involved regardless of whatever party they are supporting. And there should be non-polarization of projects, and consultations should be done as consultations to the people to include them in the projects. Then there is so inclusion of mental health and social cycle support in environmental projects. What do we mean here? We are saying COVID brought a lot of grieving. Some people are still grieving. There is so much pain and sorrow and depression that came with COVID. A lot of people lost their loved ones. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people are still grieving because of COVID. A lot of things were lost because of COVID. So what are we saying? Whatever they are doing, we are saying there should be mental health support from the stakeholders and development partners. Another point, we are also saying include children, not adults only. If you check in this room, it's either men, it's obvious the men are more than women. Today it's better. It's men and women, adults, and maybe 10 children. So vana ivavo vari kudzidziswa nani zve environment. Kana isusu tiri muno macho, tichingotaura isusu zve-environment. So there should be also programs tailor-made for kids. Kana kutoratidza kuti kuma-grassroots kwacho hakutori nama-projects evana. Nekuti vana havana basa, pamwe vachazotangawo kuzvidzidza takura sesu. Asi ukazvidzidza wakura sesu ndizvozvo zvokuti unongoya kuworkshop wozvidzidza wotoenda kumba wotonokanganwa. Then inclusiveness in technology. There is need for connectivity, infrastructure and affordability to whatever technology is bringing to the people. Technology, yes, yakauya for point number 1 yangu online iyo, but the gap is widening. The rich are up there and the poor are down there. Data is very expensive. Wi-Fi is expensive. Tikavunza kuti vane Wi-Fi broadband kumba kwavo vangani. Muno uchatoona kutoti vashoma. Saka online yacho iri kubatsirei. Ane WhatsApp anogona kusustaina kuti agare ari online izvo zvine WhatsApp yake. Vazhinji vanoenda kumabasa vanoswera vachishandisa Wi-Fi yekubasa yemahara. Asi yake chaiyo hana. I think ndikurevesa hangu ipapo. Saka tiri kukumbirawo kuti kana zvanzi pane online yacho ngaichiva zvechokwadi zvekuti munhu wese ari kuziva kuti online yacho. I think even panapa zvatombonzi online yedu yadisturbwa because of internet. So ndo zvimwe zvatachikumbira pa-inclusiveness. Sustainability of environmental interventions. Zvinhu zvatiri kuita ngazvive zvechokwadi. Kana iri company ngaitaure kuti ndicharasa marara angu zvakadai zvakadai zvichibatsira vanhu. Then there should be real monitoring and evaluation, not fake monitoring and evaluation of projects. People are good at creating books and theorizing everything, but on the ground, kune kusina chinhu. I think that's knowledgeable to a lot of people. Then we should also bridge the information gaps. Kune vanhu vakawanda vasingazivi zviri kuitika munyika because havana information, and lack of knowledge ndo inoparadza vanhu. Then tazoenda last point yedu ye-green jobs inonzi just transition. Iri kutaura kuti pa-green jobs apa chii chaakuitika nekuuya kwaita COVID. Ndezvipi zvimwe zvinhu zvakatarisirwa iye zvino kuti vanhu vachimhanya nazvo kana ari mabasa. Kana taimbomhanyisa chiticha chaimbokosha kudhara, hunesi nezvakawanda-wanda zvaive mufashoni. Asi mazuva ano aya handaa kutaura apa ndo aamufashoni. Ma-green jobs ari kuunzwa ne-COVID. The new normal. Hanzi kune inonzi agroeconomy, farming, smart agriculture, climate change, apiculture, beekeeping. Vazuano vana vachaisima sugar mumati kwakuiswawo honey and tea. Zvichingodaro zvidaro. So solar technology. Yaakutoti nemutauni musina magetsi chinetsa magetsi vamwe vakutozviinstolera vochuba imba yavo mutauni chaimo. Saka iwo uine mwana wako akanyora form 6 izvozvi unogona kutotenda unodzidzawo zvinokubatsira zve-renewable energy, biogas, windmills, installation ne-maintenance zviri in line because ndo zvinhu zviri trending. Waste management, recycling, ndo zvimwe zviri kuitikawo mazuva ano, ende papo paitawo chichemo chekuti tinokumbirawo chaizvo kuti zvinhu zviitwe decentralization to all provinces in Zimbabwe. Nekuti zvinhu zvakawanda sekuno kuGweru isu vagari vekugweru ukangopinda mutaundi zvinongonzi tichambobata vanhu vekuHarare. Hatizivi kuti kuHarare ndo kune vanhu here, kuGweru kuno kunei. Saka tokumbirawo kubatsirwa ipapo chaizvo. Then market for e-waste products. Pane vanhu vari kutogadzira zvinhu, vari kutononga mapepa vachitogadzira mabhegi vachitosona vachitosora vachiita kuti nharaunda dzichene. Vane maproducts asi havatori namarket. Saka anopedzisira aorawo mwoyo nezvinhu izvozvo. Chaazvikumbirwawo kunzi kana basa racho rawanikwa ngapachiwanikwawo kuti votengesera kupi vawane raramo nezvavari kuita. Then there is ma-issues ema-fumes anounzwa ne-pollution like ma-factories. I think there has been a cabinet approval yekupomona vanofollowa news. Izvozvo zviri kunzi ma-fumes iwoyo pane kuti asvibise air pollution ngaashandiswe for energy production achibatsira nyika nekuti ma-load shedding akangozara asi zvekushandisa zviripo. Then also kana tati tiri kuda ma-green jobs aya, Hurumende ngaite revamp, redirect and reorientate its education system. Curriculum yacho ichienderana nezviri kudzidziswa mwana. Kwete kuti mwana ari kudzidziswa opposite, asi ari kunzi anotsvaga basa rezvinhu zvaasina kudzidzira. Then also the issue of a secular economy, neimwe yaitwa advice kuti maybe we can also have that. Then pazoitawo information ekuti maybe we should create green hubs ekuti pashewe information for the green jobs are available so that youths avoid being idle nekuenda drugs amanzo aita mbiri anetsa communities munyika yedu yeZimbabwe. Then council yakumbirwa zvekare kuti kana iyo council mabasa aya tamawana tichimaita, please tiri kutsvagawo land, tiri kutsvaga partnership, tiri kutsvagawo kuti mabasa aya aenderere mberi, kwete bureaucracy and red tape yekuti unopedzisira waora moyo nekufambira kuti sola yangu yandiri kuda kuita neproject dzangu dzishaye basa. The government as well yakurudzirwa kuti ite sustainable management systems for every sector, not to deplete but find better sustainability programs and plans for companies ari muno muZimbabwe. Kwete kuti makambani anenge achingoita madiro ajojina iyo environment ichingoparara. Then investment, there should be investment in technology. Zvakafanana nezvinezvi tiri kuziva kuti ana Zumbani vari kudiwa malemoni chaiwo chaiwo, ari kudiwa malemoni chaiwo chaiwo, kwete edu amwe ayaya. Saka hanzi kana pakaitwawo companies ekuti padzidziswe vanhu preservation, packaging, storage and value addition of such things, I think the green jobs edu aya anogona kuita zvakanaka. Lastly, we have recommendations that are kurukurana group 2. Hanzi dai pakaitawo labeling by private sector for every organic crop kuti ichi chikamu ichi chiri kukona uku organic kana ukapindawo mumatm zvinokurudzirawo ari kuita smart climate farming agriculture kuti aramba achidaro. Then there should also be training of communities on waste management systems kuti vanhu ngavadzidziswe kuti this is zvinoita biodegradable blah blah, neimwe yacho inokombostwa sei chidii. Izvi zvauya after one of our colleagues ati mota dzemabhini semuno muGweru hadzitakuri mabhini, kwatinogara kumukobha uko hakutakuri mabhini. Saka anga achikumbira kuti dai dzawedzerwa mota dzemabhini. Vanhu vakati aiwa isa hatidi mota dzemabhini, tinoda kutodzidziswa kuti how do I separate my waste so that mangwana handimiriri mota yemabhini. Then nyaya yemapamba aina handisupport because handidi kuwacha, vamwe vangu vachiti abhaniwe but saka anozowacha ndiani, saka kuti abhaniwe handisupport. But pangonzi vanhu ngavadzidziswe cleaner and dispose because nguva yekuwacha manapukeni ndiana anayo. Makuranya kurara ndingotaura ndikona vamwe vakutokotsera. Saka the other one yanga iripo ndeyekuti zvanzi ko takambonzwa kunzi munhu akarasa marara anosungwa, kose vanhu vasiri kusungwa. Saka tiri kukumbirawo enforcement yematickets by EMA, by police, by people kuti kana zvanzi pane policy iripo nemutemo uripo kuti maliter bags abatwe, iwo ma-environmentals ngaabatsirwe zvinhu zviendeke zvakanaka. Then kuti vanhu vapiwe information, media, ana ZBC nemafacebook vanongoswera vari kutaundi uko, asi vanhu vari pagrassroots havana kana information yavari kuwana, ndozvimwe zvakumbirwa. Then cascading information to the real people, not glass offices. Kuti ma-consultative meeting ngaangorega kuitwa ipafema iwo. Chimbonzwa ayo tambonzwa kuti panapa pachabviwa pafema vanhu vachienda kuBulawayo, ko kuti muchabva pano muchienda inonzi chiko yataura nababa vapresenta zvekulowa Gweru vaya kuwetland iya kuti tiri kumboendawo kuwetland ikoko kulowa Gweru. Toda kuti vanhu hanzi zvanzi svikaiwo paground kana kuti umboendawo ku19. Then the other last one yanga iri yakanzi people are doing voluntary environment grant work but they should be paid. I think that's the other last one. I should be leaving the podium. Then funding into environmental management mechanisms and introduction of skip bins to avoid dump sites. Those were the recommendations and presentations from group 2. Thank you very much. I think I should be able.
Interesting, interesting. Lots of rich information. And I like the fact that she said she doesn't agree with one of the points they actually agreed to come up with. And that one is called the devil's advocates approach. And I like it because it gives people, you know, time to think. Because if I was in that group, I would say, okay, so let's research on alternatives of disposable and degradable pampers or diapers, I don't know. So that was going to be my suggestion if I was in that group. But really very useful information, plausible and actionable recommendations, which I really like. Because of COVID, people reduced the travel, they stayed at home. You know how fuel burning contributes to the emission of greenhouse gases is one of the major problems. Mass transportation systems. Imagine one person driving one car, the other one driving another one, but a bus carries 75 people, right? So this is really something which we need to upscale going forward. Mass transit system, which would really help us to recover in a greener and sustainable way. Very interesting. Green jobs, very interesting. You might also want to know that I think green jobs, these are actually economic activities which deliver green goods or services. So when you manufacture solar batteries or panels or whatever, it's a good which you're manufacturing. So what you're doing is a green job. If it's a service, it's a green job. So green jobs can be found or they can be created. So you can actually create the green jobs yourself. Very interesting. More reliable waste collection versus separation, recycling, and value addition. I don't know what we should recommend there, but I think it's a point of discussion to say, okay, what would be the best way? But there's a way where we need to avoid waste. If we are to generate it, reduce it. If we are still have to generate it, separate it and recycle it or reuse it. Very important. Thank you very much, Group 2. And of course, very important funding for environmental programs. Very key. So I will invite three questions. And the people who are going to ask, it has to be gender and age balanced. So that's how I'm going to pick the people who are going to ask or contribute before we go to the next group. So you have 3 seconds to raise your hand and I'll pick you to come and ask. Cleopatra, if you can check if online, if there's anybody with a question. Here we go. Yes, sir. If you can wait for the mic, please. Thank you. Because we want our colleagues online to hear you so that they get value for their data being online.
Thank you so much. Mine is a comment. Because the COVID-19 brought a lot of ailments. They gave a plus on education because they were saying everything is done online. But they didn't actually go deeper. Why? There are not all communities or schools that are gifted. That's why we had a lower pass rate this year. COVID contributed a lot in that most of our students, learners, they couldn't access. And if you look at our internet, our networks, our network connection is very bad in Zimbabwe. So it's not a plus, it's a minus on our part. Sometimes there are certain meetings that needs to be done physically than online. Why am I raising this issue is because they are not all who are actually privileged when it comes to issues of data. So online meetings is a disadvantage to some communities. It has led down economic development in a number of ways, right? So then on the issue of Pambas, to be honest, they don't know the danger that they're actually exposing their children to. Because sometimes if you look at those Pambas, one, there are some communities who are actually brewing beer using mercury that is found in the Pambas. They don't have the danger that they're exposing themselves into. Number two, there is cancer there was a research that was conducted by a certain international organization. Then they are saying those Pampers, they cause cancers, especially to young children. Then do they really know the purpose of Pampers? Because Pampers, they are used when you're traveling long distances, not for no. Those Pampers, the main idea was to say when you're traveling long distances, you need to put what? Pampers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Those are very, very interesting 2 points. And I would like to look for somebody who begs to differ on those 2 points which he raised before I take another question. I know that there might be somebody who said, no way, maybe things should be done this way. I'm looking for that somebody, because this is a discussion. We want to really thrash it to really see what could be the best way to go for, because these are very, very big issues. Anybody who wants to respond to that? Yes, sir. Please come through. Get a mic.
Okay, I think I agree with my brother on the issue on Pampers. Then the first one, we did agree that I think we raised the point that in Zimbabwe, there is no connectivity in the other areas, and also that the data is expensive. So we were urging the government to look into that so that the infrastructure is developed and cascades to all the other corners of the country. I think that is the point that we raised. I think we're in agreement. If I was reading very well, I think I heard the minister saying the pass rate actually improved by, I think that is for all level, it improved by 1.something%. So instead of it decreasing, I think I heard that increased by 1%. I think it's a point of debate. We need to make a research on that one. But I think it increased by 1.something%. We don't know if it was because of online, something like that. But really, your points are very, very much on spot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I actually also really don't know if they really passed or people said, you know, these kids didn't learn, let's just give them. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. But yeah. On the first point, really, when you scan the horizon, you would see that COVID-19 has had lots of impacts. So when it comes to access to ICT and things like that, but from an environmental perspective, I think we started adopting very interesting practices. Before COVID, I would say 50 or so papers on my table, and I would spend 3 hours signing them. And when that changed, I would get those on DocuSign, and I think I've managed to prevent the cutting down of thousands of trees. Not going to working from home, I've cut down my fuel consumption by more than 60%. And I suppose a lot of people have done the same. My last flight was in March 2019. And just imagine how many flights we've been able to cut just because of working from home, doing global meetings online, and all these things. So these are the things which we're saying, should we carry this forward? And if we are to do so, what formats should we take in terms of doing this? This is a very huge debate, and I want to leave it here to rest the case and invite Group 1 to come and present. Group 1, please. Sorry? Do you guys need Wi-Fi right now? We are going to give you time to use Wi-Fi at 3:30 for 4 hours, right? If that's okay with everybody, it's just a click away. I'll just send them a message to say, please, can you switch on the Wi-Fi at 3:30? And it's just a few minutes to go. Colleagues, yeah, I was just joking. We have an issue with the Wi-Fi because we are live streaming. So once we have more than 2 gadgets, we are not going to be able to broadcast. And remember, we've got other people online, and they were paid. They are going to be paid for the Wi-Fi. It's just that the bandwidth is very limited, unfortunately. I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. We will ask them for service evaluation to bring it here so that we can fill that in. I agree with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon all. All right, so we are part of group 1. We were basically looking at how to achieve a healthy planet. And the first part of our question was, how can we restore and regenerate a positive relationship with nature? So as a group, we just decided, okay, what are the challenges that we face that cause this, disconnect between us as people and nature, right? And we noticed that land degradation is a big issue, mainly caused by agriculture and mining, and also just, people settling in specific areas. Our solutions to this, we said we should strengthen law implementing industry, which is EMA, because these are the guys who implement these laws. We also think it's very important that the community becomes involved. We discussed that also stiffer penalties need to be implemented. For example, we notice, especially in the mining sector, that they may say that, okay, land degradation, if you do 1, 2, 3, 4, if you do not then try to replenish or restore the land as you found it, then you need to pay a specific fine. But now the fine, we notice that, it's very minute, it's very small compared to the profits that these people in the mining sector make. So you'd find that if someone would just be like, okay, fine, I'll just pay the $50 in comparison to the amount of money that they're going to make, it's minute. We also say that it is very important that there be education on land degradation at community level, as well as in the organization level, like mining industries. Our second challenge that we recognize as refuse disposal, which we said that is a very big issue, especially in communities. Our solutions to this, we decided that maybe if we create an integrated system with our CBOs and local authorities, we also said if we can have clear-cut bylaws that also come with stiff penalties. So as you can see, this issue of stiff penalties keeps coming up, which means that whatever bylaws come up, the penalties are very minuscule. People will not, if it's not stiff, people will just sort of push it to the side and not take it seriously. So in terms of refuse disposal, there are no bylaws as such. So we said if we can come with very clear, distinct bylaws, then that could also help as a solution. We're talking about at government level as well as community level. We also thought of them that is very important again for education on refuse disposal. So if we can educate people within at line ministry levels, key stakeholders, as well as within the community, if they understand why it's important, then they'll be able to implement this. We also thought of creating biofuel systems, especially in rural area setups. So we also noticed that, yeah, you may teach people how to dispose your refuse, but unless there is a specific use to it, sometimes they may not take it seriously. So if you can now tell people that your food waste can now be used to set up a biofuel system, that may also be some form of an incentive to help these people to adopt to good practices. All the above that we've mentioned here, we said that we need to have political commitment. We need people in the political sector to support us. Without their support, if they don't believe in what we are trying to advocate for, then it becomes very difficult to implement, because now you'll find that these people who have power will say, oh, it has nothing to do with us, or we don't care. And yet they're the main culprits who are responsible for such behaviors. So we need them to really understand and to really support us. So we need a widespread education. So the second part of our first question was to say, so let us list 2 to 3 good practices and pathways that you'd like to see scaled up to enable a move to a healthy planet. So we thought of climate smart agricultural practices, which will include a circularity in the agricultural sector. That includes the biofuels initiatives. Doing the climate smart agriculture, we're looking at Intwasa or Fumvudza. We're looking at things like agroforestry. We're looking at setting up those biofuel systems that I mentioned earlier on. And then also just, looking at the circularity using manure from our cattle, from manure using waste from our animals, as an example. We also thought that adoption and strengthening of locally developed integrated solid waste management systems, recycling for refuse disposal, and integration with other diverse pathways like waste to energy. We also thought of land reclamation initiatives targeting degraded land to be converted into useful applications. So here we're looking at, for example, if we, in an urban area, we could have, nature reserves. We could have like botanical gardens. We could have artificial lakes within the urban areas. The next question that we were answering was, what are the actions that you would take to scale up the change towards a healthy planet? So here we're looking at your CSOs, your CBOs, as well as the communities. So CSOs should work as watchdogs to ensure implementation and system strengthening. We also thought about sharing information between the CBOs and working together. So we noticed that CBOs tend to like to work by themselves, they like to reinvent the wheel. They don't realize that if they work together, sometimes this CBO strength can work with another CBO strength, and they can have a bigger impact within the community. But they tend to want to go and do individual work. They don't want to share information because maybe one CBO tried the same project and they learned from mistakes, but they won't even transfer that information to the next CBO so that they can use that information and then create a better project. So we said that people need to share information and they need to learn to work together. The CBOs also, we said that these guys would also like to want some trainings and to also be a part of policy making, since they are the people who are representing the communities. So they want to be taught what is important, what are the key things involved in policy making, so that they can also contribute towards the policy making. Then there was also an issue within the CBOs that there's no structured documentation. So they're saying that if we have structured documentation, then we're able to pass on information easily. It becomes quite redundant if I just come and tell you by word of mouth, because by word of mouth, sometimes you can leave out some key information, you can leave out some, just any information that could be helpful. So if you document your initiatives, then you're able to share this. So we're not only looking at CBOs, but within the community, we're looking at village heads, we're looking at residents associations that's in your urban areas, and this all comes through capacity building. So policies or structures that need to be in place to take such action. We thought that maybe the National Cleanup Initiative, the one that happens every first Friday of the month, we thought that this could be decentralized so that it can now be implemented within the rural areas as well, specifically at ward or village level. Because if you notice that it's only happening in the urban areas, but within these in rural areas, litter is actually happening. People are buying things from the supermarkets. You find people just littering, but they have no knowledge. We have totally ignored them, and we're targeting this issue here in urban areas, but it is becoming an issue in these rural areas. We said that maybe chiefs or village heads need to create laws to arrest people who are caught maybe not, who are caught littering, or who are not taking part in these cleanup initiatives. We thought that we should also educate on waste management, so we can use, we can even go lower down. We don't have to have the mayor or the councillor coming to teach people on waste management, but we can work through different associations that communities have set up. So in urban areas, we've got resident associations. So through that resident association, if it is formalized, then these people we can teach through the resident associations, and then they disseminate the information to community members within urban areas. The same thing can apply at rural level. We train, you have maybe your village health workers, or you can train the chiefs, not really the chiefs, sorry, Ananasabuku. You train those guys, and then they disseminate that information on waste management down through to the community, and then basically cascading it down to grassroots level. So yeah, we'd also like these resident associations so that they can also be recognized as entities, so they too can be involved in policy making, because they are the community, they are the people who are representing that area, the communities. Our other question was then, how could marginalized or vulnerable groups benefit from initiatives and policies designed to restore relationship with nature and mitigate the impact of climate change and degraded environment? So we thought maybe, for example, if we're looking at the mining sector, maybe they don't have time, or they don't have the patience to try and restore the land, when they dig up on the land. So maybe they don't have that time or the patience to dig up, so they can engage, for example, the youth. We look at the youth these days as the vulnerable because they don't have jobs. So they can create jobs, they can pay these youth, and then they can restore the land, the mining area that has been used. We also thought of involving the vulnerable people through waste management, where they can separate waste. For example, we're looking at people living with disabilities. Separating waste is something that they can actively be involved in. It doesn't really need them to be walking about. We can have the waste aggregated as a central point, and then they can sit there and maybe just try and separate what they can. Again, they can find, screen jobs. They can find some form of income from that. We're looking at people with asthma, now you also, these are people who have, who are suffering from certain illnesses, people with asthma. If you're covering up these, if you're restoring the land, then, they're not going to get sick so often. We thought of linking communities, your women, your youth, your elderly, with agri-techs, extension officers, and EMA environment officers, to just get more education on waste management. Then we also thought that these people can benefit from these initiatives, because it also becomes a source of income as well as nutrition when you're now looking at these wild harvested fruits. So if you're encouraging people to plant more trees, if you're teaching people to look after the trees, the fruit trees that are within an area or a community, they're able to get some nutrition from that, as well as maybe get an additional income as well. Our next question then was, how can we safeguard the rights of people and nature, including, among others, indigenous peoples and local communities, environmental defenders, women, children, people living with disabilities, and the youth? So again, we came back to the point of maybe we could, in the urban areas, we can create some nature reserves. We also thought that there should be some form of policing within the communities by community members. So is to give it a sense of ownership. As a community member, you should feel that this is my community, you must own that. And by that, you are then able to police. We had some examples of stories where one of our colleagues in our discussion gave a story about how he threw out a box of litter, and he was followed from Mount Pleasant, for those of you who are familiar with Harare, all the way to town, all the way back to Mount Pleasant, and from there to the waste disposal area where this community member said, this is an ideal area for you to dispose your rubbish. This community member felt that this is my community. If I do not stand up for my community, who is going to respect? He didn't say, I'm going to go to City Council, Mount Pleasant, buy bond shops. He didn't say, I'm going to go to the police and say number plate, blah, 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 blah. He took on that responsibility. He wasn't abusive or anything, but he policed, and that's what we think should happen. We also feel that there should be strict adherence to gazetted laws on the environment. So again, it comes to support from political leaders. No one should be exempt from the law, where everyone is held accountable for these environmental laws. Our final question then was, what urgent action would you like the world leaders to take to achieve a healthy planet and prosperity of all? So we said cohesion of environmentally friendly policies at national and local level, right? So what happens is that if there's certain acts that supersede certain acts. So with the Mining Act, it takes prioritization over an environmental act. So we need the line ministries to sort of merge at the same level, and where things respect things, or to find a way where, if this mining activity must happen, what is the impact on the environment and how can we mitigate against that? We also felt that there needs to be prioritization of funds to implement some of these environmental laws. We felt that in certain instances, funding is not prioritized for certain things. They would rather put money into mining because if we put it into mining, we're able to export and get foreign currency into the country, but we completely ignore the environmental impact, which will really affect us in the years to come and our future generations. We also feel that there needs to be creation of synergies between line ministries and departments. There's so many districts, for example, EMA and Forestry Commission, these two are supposed to be working well together, but you find they're the worst of enemies. So we need, these people to work well together to support each other. We're looking at Ministry of Agriculture working well with just the different alignment. They just need to work well together. Okay. Then we thought of the cleanup. You know how we say the national cleanup every first Friday? We're only looking at picking up rubbish. So we were saying that if we're saying cleanup, let's go into each and every line ministry and say, in Ministry of, when we're looking at agriculture, what cleanup can be done? And people do a cleanup according to that. Are we looking at the type of chemicals we're using? What are we talking about when we're saying cleanup in the agricultural sector? A cleanup again in the mining sector, what are we talking about? We're talking about restoring the land. So in each line ministry, let it not just be going outside to pick up papers, but let us do a cleanup that is applicable to different line ministries. We then also say that citizens need to be empowered to monitor the implementation of policies and bylaws. By this, we mean that citizens need to know and understand what their rights are. We need to know and understand what the laws and bylaws are in a simpler form, because we can obviously Google and we can get these acts out there, but it's not in simple English where your regular vendor can know and understand. And if they catch someone littering, they'll be able to follow that person and say, you must pick this up. But it needs to be in a language that people can understand so that they know their rights and they can also defend their communities or their areas where they reside. And then the last part was that we want to increase and promote indigenous knowledge systems, because if you notice the things that were done, culturally before, those are the same things that have some sort of a basis on what our laws are, but it's not really to completion. So we want it to be made known where we can respect and acknowledge that our cultural behaviors and beliefs, things that our forefathers taught us, that you're not supposed to cut trees, you don't cut fruit trees. Those are things that we culturally used to do, and this is why there was more food those days. So we want to try and bring back those things and make them more knowledgeable that people can understand. Thank you very much.
Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Lots of recommendations, straight to the point. Lots of them, actually, lots of them, but I managed to pick a few. And I was just wondering on some of the recommendations. They spoke about putting new policies and laws at the local level to make sure that people don't pollute. They're also talking about policing at the community level. So what should we really focus on, for example, if it's the carrot or the stick, right? What should we do with regards to waste management? They also spoke about cleanups. Should we focus on cleanups or proper waste management? Because proper waste management is a whole value chain. From when you design your product, you design it in a way that when you use it, it minimizes waste. When it's broken down, you can reuse the parts. When it's broken down, you can use another form of waste and use it. It creates, byproducts which can be used also somewhere else. So let's think through those things. What do we really need to actually do? So as the facilitator, I have that opportunity to comment, but now let me open the floor for 3 people to ask anything. I see one hand, and I need more women. So I know already, I've seen 4 hands. So there's one online? Okay. So maybe let's start with the one online, then we pick here, then we pick here. Then maybe if I'm still generous, I'll take another question. Can we have the question from the online colleagues?
Jonathan, please go ahead.
You.
Jonathan?
Hello, thank you. Mine is just penalties. Noted with concern that we've got quite a number of penalties that we put in place on our legislative framework. But I think that's not working because it's not well connected to the environment, to the courts. When you get to the courts, the environmental issues are not taken seriously as criminal cases. So there's need to come up with environmental courts where we have judges that are well trained in terms of environmental issues, such that we have the policy of environmental issues taking effect. So there's need for environmental courts. I think that would be a better solution. Thief penalties, they have been there, but they were not working, because sometimes we have someone brought to book and generally getting away with just these silly penalties they instituted by judges, overriding the ones that would have been written on tickets. Thank you.
Wow, okay, this is a very big point. When I started my environmental career, I used to hear these things, and it's true what Jonathan is talking about. It's such a big issue where you go there, and if I'm standing there, you are bringing somebody to say this person has cut down a tree. How much is a tree worth, if you know? How much is a single tree in monetary terms? How much is it? Okay, how much is 5,000 square meters of a wetland in monetary value? We don't know. So it's very, very, very interesting to really start to think through and say what sort of measures could be put in place so that when somebody is convicted of an environmental crime, let me say, how that is going to be dealt with with the gravity it requires, right? Because if you commit arson, they will tell you that you've burnt this shop and it's worth $300 million. We are charging you 5 years in prison plus a fine of $5 million. But if it's a forest of 500 trees, how are we going to put that into monetary terms and determine what kind of a fine or a judgment could be given? So this is really something to discuss. I see there are a lot of hands, but what I want to do is I had other questions there, but since this is contributing to this question, I'll take these two quickly, then I'll go and pick those. So she started, then I'll come to Mr. Mtuso, but you have 10 seconds.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So this is why we said okay. So this is why we say we want stricter policies. So there are areas I've experienced where community members are told, if you're caught cutting a fruit tree, your penalty is a cow. And it has freaked these people so much, they do not cut trees. And you can actually see the difference where these are very dry areas and you actually drive and you can see there are plenty of trees. So if you make the penalty, because if you say $10, for sure, I mean, I would also just be like, I really just want this tree, or I'll compare the amount of money I'll make from the wood or whatever it is. So make the penalty strict and scary, because it is working in certain communities. Thank you.
Interesting. Now I understand. Thank you very much. Mr. Joya, please come through. Very interesting discussion.
Thanks. Mine is just a comment, I think, on the issue that you raised related to environmental crimes, that it's a very big problem, because when you try to prosecute people, we face those challenges. One, in terms of the prosecution itself, then also in terms of the judgments, because there's that limited understanding of environmental crimes, one by the law enforcement agencies, the judiciary itself, and this at times affects that ability to come up with those deterrent penalties, or even the deterrent fines that we may want to talk about. But I think what is also happening, which is very encouraging, is that there is now talk about an environmental court. I think when you look at the environmental EMA strategic plan, they're now proposing an environmental court. I think a specialized court that will be able to deal with these environmental crimes. I think that can help in terms of the enforcement, in terms of the deterrence and all those other things. And we are also rolling out trainings as an organization that target the judiciary, the magistrates, the judges, and also the prosecutors. So a combination of that can actually get us somewhere. Thank you.
I think that court would benefit if we have ecosystems evaluation. Can you go at the back there, where we can really quantify? Because in other countries, they know that just 1,000 square meters of a wetland, it's worth this much in monetary terms. So I think we also need to move into that area where we really know that this is how much this environmental service provides in terms of monetary value. It's important for us to be able then to peg if it's a fine, if it's a jail term or something like that. Thank you very much. Please come through.
Thank you. I like to state that when she said that rehabilitation and paying fines for areas where people go and extract clay or sand for EMA, I like to state that these bylaws do exist in EMA. I work there, I'm a student, and one of the things that they teach us is that you can't go to the actual scene of a place without knowing the laws that exist in EMA. And some of these include SI Instrument 92 of 2014 and SI 7 of 2007 that state that people, before they extract sand or clay, they need to have a license that they pay for. And the challenges that EMA faces on its own is that people don't have a clear perspective what EMA does. EMA is an agency that caters for people and what they do, and people don't know that. And because of that, some of these issues come from people and actually inviting inviting the areas, could you come and have the sand? But then when they have problems, that's when they want to complain. Could you know, we are facing my challenges. We have gullies and such. So what we ask for is that people need to cooperate more with the agency and come forward when they know people or perpetrators that are disturbing the environment. So bylaws do exist. What lacks is cooperation from the people in general. Thank you.
Very, very, very interesting to know. Thank you. There was somebody just there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to comment on the issue when she said cleanups are only held in urban areas, if I got you correctly. I wanted to comment on that as EMA, we also do cleanups in rural areas. We don't just focus on urban areas. Then when you said EMA and forestry, they are enemies, I beg to differ because we work hand in hand with forestry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we need cross-examination and exchange of information. This is very interesting. I thought I didn't hear that quite clearly, but thank you very much. Okay, wait, I've got 4 hands. And what I'm gonna do is, I'll come at the back there. I'll take one person. Please discuss amongst yourself to say who's going to speak. Meanwhile, I want to take Mr. Shoko because he's from the Ministry of Environment and because he hasn't spoken. And these 2 departments are under Ministry of Environment, and he should comment so that we can proceed. Thank you.
You did very well. Thank you very much to allow me to adjudicate this serious case. Yeah, in fact, the emphasis was actually on synergies. To say it is important that we synergize. Or you want me to stand up? It's an issue of synergization where we are saying institutions. It doesn't matter whether Forest Commission or EMA or civil society or yourself as an individual. We need to synergize and work together in order to fight against environmental degradation and all other negative activities on the environment. But my contribution is, in fact, it was said that the onus is on everyone, where we are saying every citizen has a right to protect the environment. So in other words, I was saying to the group that I was belonging to, we tend to blame and say, there's no monitoring. Who is supposed to monitor? It's everybody must monitor, not EMA, not forestry alone, everybody else. And I told my group a story, which I said I really need to say it here again in the in the main group of my experience. I had 2 experiences because we were talking about the empowerment of citizens so that they are able to curtail some of these problems. I was telling my group that I know for them it's now monotonous. It's for the benefit of those that were not in the group. I know for my group, they will not laugh even if I say anything because it's now boring, but I have to say it. You know, I told them that I once worked here in the Midlands, and all of a sudden, I was transferred to a different ministry, which is now the ministry I belong to. And it was going to be my first time to be in Harare. Apparently, I was not used to traveling within low density residential areas or even staying there, like places like Borodale, Mount Pleasant. So when I go to Harare, I had to look for accommodation. I got a cottage in Mount Pleasant. I went there. The first time I got into the room, there was a lot of litter, you know. My predecessor, the person that was there before me, I don't know how he went out. He left a lot of papers and a lot of litter in the room. That is the room I was given before it had been cleaned. What do? I clean, I put all the papers, the rubbish in a cardboard box. And then I put it in my car. I was thinking, where am I going to drop this? I said, anyway, along the way, I will just throw the cardboard box. That's exactly what I did. Apparently, there was someone who was following me. Not really following me, but was behind me. So this person saw me throwing outside the cardboard box with the litter. He was flashing me. I continued driving. He didn't mind. He followed me. Those of you who know Kagoye building, where our ministry is based, when I was about to get to the gate, so he ran in front of me and said, Mr. Man, I'm stopping you. Why not stopping you? All the way from Mount Pleasant. My friend, I saw you throwing out a cardboard box with the litter. Let's go back. And we go and pick that cardboard box. You know what? I am a minister of an environment official. So I said, hey, if I say no, and this man goes right in the ministry and say, I saw him throwing out litter, what was going to happen? I know the minister was going to fire me there and there. So what did we do? We went back to Mount Pleasant. And then he said, okay, this is the litter that you threw outside. Could you please pick? I picked the litter. And he said, thank you, goodbye. He went. And then in our group again, we were discussing about corruption, where people were saying, no, you see, sometimes they want to go and report pollution, for example. The polluter will do what? Will be given, they will give the policemen some money, or whoever, the road, this council, the urban council money to avoid the arrest. Or so I said, I gave them another example. This was again my personal experience. I was driving to Mutare. When I got to Mutare toll gate, there was this other combi which was about to pay, but unfortunately the combi was not a registered combi. So they said, no, you can't pass through, just park by the side. And the police came. Mutero. Mudrive wekomba mota ena mutero. And I'm going to put up a toll gate because mota enachi mutero. So I had some passengers in my car. Zikanama passengers. Mandu mnona maporisa. Mochawana vachipuwa mari. Kombi inoinda. Inopura. Aindo bandata no kana pada ese avaiti izvozvo pavanopiwa mari mapurisa rambai makatarisa drive. So mupurisa 1 akaenda kuna conductor, haana kunopiwa mari. Kuda kuona kuti vanhu vakatarisa here, I don't know. What does he do? Vanoziva kwaMutare pane katende kari kusadi kuchikomo kanogara mapurisa kana kuchinaya or whatever. So this policeman walked achinda uko ndobva kwanobuda mupurisa une pfuti. Ndio akazoenda kupi kukombi. Sikanzi munoona mupurisa unobata pfuti ndiye uchanopiwa mari uye haana kupiwa asi uyu auyo unopiwa. Tikatatarire tione. Zvokwadi wakapiwa mari takatarisa. So he was walking back to the tent. Vanhu vavari mumota mangu vakati iyi nyaya toda kusvika nayo kure. Kana kuchinzi pane mota hadzipfuuri nhasi hadzidini? What do they do? Vakauruka mumota mangu vakanomira mberi kwekombi vakati kombi haibvi. Uyo mupurisa waenda uko wapiwa mari. Saka indirect kuti dzoka mupurisa akaramba achifamba akangotsunga achienda as if nothing had happened. So vanhu vakapenga. Tikatoda mupurisa apinda mutende uma abude azotsanangura mari yapiwa nadriver kuti ndei. It went on for about 30 or so minutes. kusvika mupurisa vanhu vetolgate vachamwari pano wasvika vakuru vako pano bheta muchidana mupurisa yavo tinzvisenyai. The policeman was called. He remained numb. Kana kuda akoneo amunzi shamwari wapuhwa mari apo tsanangura kuti ndei. Are you following the story? We are talking about everybody policing. Not EMA, not Forestry Commission, not Rural District Council, not Urban Council. Everybody else must be empowered to police. Inini ndakazoti shamwari chikumbaro regerero kunotora mari udzosere driver tinde zvokwadi wakadzokera kuya akanotora mari akauya pamota manga vakuru ndiregerere ivo shuwa basa rinopera ndokumbira mundiregerere akagwadama vanhu vakati ngatidini ngachienda. Do you think that policeman can repeat that? And do you think ine ngarasa futi marara panzi ndichionekwa nevanhu?
Thank you, Mr. Shoko. I've got two short comments. The first one is that I think your landlord hiked the rent and he chased away this person. That's why they left the litter in the room. Then secondly, I tried to ask some people to take back their waste and they wanted to beat me. So I left them. I'm telling you. Yeah, they wanted to beat me. I couldn't do it. They said, we're going to beat you. Who are you? Thank you very much. So I'll take Mr. Mpande, then Justice. 30 seconds. Then we go to the next group. Would you please give them the mic? So sometimes it's not, it's possible to do, but it may not be safe. So I'm telling you, I experienced that.
Thank you. I think mine is a quick one. There was a mention on this issue of mining. It's not sounding. What you send up? Oh. Mine is a quick one. I wanted to comment on the issue of something to do with mining. And the suggestion was to try to make a point about what these mining issues are and what they do. I thought it would be more specific for us to just mention about the Mining Act and those, because I think we've been working on this Mining Act for the past 15 or almost 15 years into so, and it has not been adopted. I think we need to structure it in such a way that we are very specific about what we're saying about the Mining Act in this country and its impacts on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much about that contribution on the Mining Act. Justice.
Thank you. Mine is a comment from the presenters or from the group. I think what we have to do as CSOs, we have to stop the blaming game. Instead of blaming government departments like EMA Forestry, we have a complementary role. We have a collective role that we should play. Then the last thing is we need to change the mindset of our people, the thinking in our people. We have got very good policies that are being used in other countries because those countries, they've copied our laws and they're implementing them in their countries. What we need is we might as well have a lot of, even stiffer penalties. But as long as we don't change our mindset, our thinking as a people, as a nation, I don't think it will work. So what we then need to do is we need to ensure that we change our mindset and ensure that we continually build the capacity of our communities and raise the awareness on quite a number of issues pertaining to the environment. That way we can make some headways. Then lastly, on the issues to do with the environment, I think environmental codes, I think Mr. Dwight actually alluded to, but we are in a process. We are working on that. I think very soon, we are also going to invite you so that you actually assist us in terms of, the way forward with regards to this. We need to do a lot of advocacy. It's very important because in other countries, you would find out they've got these specialized courts, like Tanzania. They've got these courts. in Zimbabwe, I think we really need to do more because of, I mean, we are having challenges with some of our politicians who doesn't even understand the, the damage that they are causing to the environment. That's why you'd find out one would actually prefer to build a house on a wetland that he doesn't really understand the purpose of our wetlands. So thank you so much. We are going to, advocate where we have to work together instead of competing for resources, instead of waiting for donors to come. It's our duty as civil society organizations to ensure that we hold, the duty holders to account for their actions and then to ensure that there's proper environmental policing. We have got a number of policies that needs implementation. Implementation is zero. We are supposed also to be assisting the government in terms of information dissemination of those policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite a straightforward recommendation. Let's now take the online group presentation. If you please can have the online group presentation. You have 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So for the online group, we had participation from the virtual participants. So we answered 4 questions that we deliberated on. So the first question was on how can we restore and regenerate positive relationship with nature? And we listed the good practices. So what we noted was environmental impact assessments should be done before, after, and even during the implementation of projects, and have follow up with laws in place. And each member should also try to be law-abiding citizens, as purported by Mr. Shoko. And the second point was the need for resource allocation, so that we also have these consultations at grassroots level, in as much as we appreciate the efforts that in here we have representation of the various stakeholders. We need also to engage with the communities that are in the grassroots. Then there is need for respect for nature, so that we have environmental stewardship amongst our people. And we noted that the best way to build it is to start with the children, and also the curriculum. Curriculum yedu izozve Zimbabwe, vana kuchikora kudzidza climate change, and even for agriculture, climate smart agriculture, vana kutodzidziswa the teacher training now, so that the teachers are trained on climate change, so that the students that come, they know how to mainstream climate change and climate change issues. Then the other aspect we were talking about was that Zimbabwe is a very good constitution, but there is also, people need to understand the environmental rights and responsibilities that they have. And the last one was the communities should also have monitoring and evaluation mechanisms at grassroots to see that the investors are responsible investors. Then for the second question, all right, just to continue, there's need to also promote land reclamation, land degradation, also taking into cognizance that Zimbabwe is part of the Bond Challenge, which aims to restore 350 million hectares of degraded land. So in Zimbabwe pledged 2 million, and we all have a role to play on that one, as ecosystem and land degradation, they need to be put in harmony during development. Then the last one was they need to increase awareness and mainstream climate change, environment, and pollution issues across all sectors, and even in the planning and implementation processes. Then for the second question, we were focusing on the actions that CSOs and CBOs need to scale up. And we noted that CBOs need to play a leading role, and work hand in hand with the government and other development partners that are there. Then we noted that there's need to lobby for earlier engagements with government. From the group discussions, they were saying at times to get answers and responses, it takes a bit of time, which needs to be upscaled so that there's less time. Then for community groups, they were told to hold accountable the people that are operating in their areas of jurisdiction so that development partners, organizations, governments, and even the individuals who are working there, they should be able to account for their plans and the expected outputs of projects before it has started and have a multi-stakeholder approach. Then there was the need for effective communication so that we all work together. And if one person is working in an area, they can collaborate with other colleagues and also ensure that there is amalgamation of ideas and more collaborations. Then we also noted that there is introduction of alternative technologies, which could be site-specific or area-specific. There are some technologies like renewable energy, but we noted that there is need for more advocacy. Renewable energy is there, but some people are not aware of the duty waivers that are there, that if you want to import your solar systems, it's for free, there is no duty there. So there's need for awareness for people to know even the economic benefits and the environmental benefits on renewable energy. Then the last one we were talking about was on natural resource use efficiency. There is need to promote water harvesting and energy efficiency, as these are low cost but high impact activities which can be done and also assist in attainment of sustainable development. Then the third question was to say, what do you think are the most promising sustainable and inclusive recovery practices currently and which can be implemented? Then we noted that for family policy, there's policy formulation and changes which might be needed to change so that it reaches to the grassroots as well. Then secondly, we noted that currently we have online meetings. They have a lower carbon footprint to reach the ultimate goal of meetings compared to the physical meetings. Then we noted that government should start also planning together with the individuals to enhance resilience and adaptive capacity of communities so that once a disturbance or a disaster is observed, they can actually build back. Then we noted that there's realization of cross-cutting issues that need to be put together. Climate change, gender, energy, water, wash, and all other cross-cutting issues, they need to be put together in harmony. Then we also noted that there's need to have food production as another sustainable measure that was put. So it's noted that as of now, following the COVID, people were making efficient utilization of the land that they had. So current communities need to also make use of the food that is there. And you noted that there were efforts of decentralization. Before COVID, people would travel to town, you go to Harare from Mazoe to buy your food. But with COVID, there were restrictions for traveling and people had to start opening up and decentralizing and making use of the nearby shops which were there. Then there was noted for the need for diversification of resources and sources of livelihoods and income so that you do not rely on one thing. Kana munhu ari murimi kana achichengeta mombe obva arima ochengeta mutoro dzake so that if one fails you can have an alternative. Then in continuation we also say there is need for consistent capacity building so that people can, since these issues of climate change, environment, and pollution, they are a process which may take time, and there's need for access to resources, financial resources, technical, and technological resources as well. Then there's need for responsible investment. People should also, especially the business sector and the private industry, to take into cognizance community, social community response strategies so that they invest back in their areas. And you noted that the MDCs, the revised nationally determined contributions for Zimbabwe, they show the the growth and the trajectory for Zimbabwe and the priority actions, but there's need for more awareness so that people need to know where Zimbabwe needs more investment and the action that they can take to become a low carbon and more resilient nation. Then the last question we were dealing with was, are the current policies on environment, climate change, and renewable energy programs, are they inclusive? So we firstly noted that the policies that are there work hand in hand, taking into cognizance the National Climate Change Response Strategy, Low Emission Development Strategy, which will take Zimbabwe up to 2050. Then the recently updated Zimbabwe Nationally Determined Contribution for Zimbabwe to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 40%. And there's the National Climate Policy. But we noted the huge gap was on the financial aspect for grassroots intervention, because most of the climate finance opportunities that are there, they can be captured by the big organizations, and the local and grassroots levels, they cannot conform to the modalities that are needed because they are quite strong. Then we noted also for renewable energy, there is need to have more incentives for people to prioritize renewable energy, as it is expensive to invest at the initial stage. But in the long term, renewable energy is very cheaper. Then we also noted the need to have community development to support local development and manufacturing of local goods. Then I think on the last slide, is done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, the online group. You didn't listen to instructions, but it's fine, because I had said 6 questions, 2 from each leadership dialogue. But thank you very much for the contribution. Very clear recommendations and very interesting recommendations which have been given. Yeah, I picked 2 key ones. I think policy shift, you know, we've got the 2012 energy policy. We have the 2019 renewable energy policy. But of course, they're emphasizing that I think we need to focus more on the incentive side of things, which, you know, initial investment in renewable energy is a bit expensive, but we need to make sure that we incentivize that. I think a number of things need to be done, including de-risking, I think, so that we can get more investment with regards to renewable energy. So let me open the floor for discussions. And again, I hope to take about 3 contributions. So here we go. Cleopatra, if you can check if there's anything online, then also from here, I can see no hand yet, please. I see 1. Yes, please come through.
Thank you.
May you kindly stand up, please? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to add a contribution on it was mentioned somewhere, somehow, on the issue to do with our mentality regarding the issues of environment. I think in as much as if we don't change the way we look at these things, and maybe depend on no matter how maybe it may become prohibitive in terms of legislation. But if our mentality maybe as a country doesn't change, I think our gains will be on the minimum side. I've read a small book, I think, which is written, It's Tragedy of the Commons. I think if maybe on our awareness programs, if such literature can become more available to us, I think it can change more on the way we look at things. In another group, they mentioned the Genesis 2, verse 15, which shows the emphasis needed to be done on the environment. That's right from the creation. I think among the mandates that were given is on the management of our environment. So I think we still have a lot to do in terms of how we look at our environment. Because maybe, you know, if I'm in an area, I burn all the grass, I'm cultivating in the rivers. it is not Emma Bese that is going to suffer more, but it's me and my children. So if I don't appreciate it from that angle, I think then we would still be a bit far in terms of achieving the global targets that are being set. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Very interesting contribution. And also maybe just to add that I think at the national level, there are some channels or platforms which are already have been established. We have the National Climate Change Learning Strategy, which was done by the Minister of Environment. And I think last year they prioritized about 2 priority actions which they implemented, including teacher training and the review of the curriculum and also training the youths. So there is a strategy, I think, which is an action plan on education, awareness, and training on climate change. That's number 1. Number 2, we've got the National NDC Communication Strategy, which was also developed by the Minister of Environment, which is there really to communicate the targets which we put in our revised NDC, how we could raise awareness with regards to that. And also, I think we've got a number of other things which have been done, but what I see lacking is how that information is decoded and cascaded down to the people. So I think we need to find ways on how we can really take the information to the people. So I want to encourage all of us here, the civil society organizations, the community-based organizations. Years back, by the time I would walk outside of this room, I would walk out with maybe 3 or 4 project proposals from the ideas which we are getting here, because this is a very rich platform, because we're doing a lot of brainstorming and there's a lot of ideas which are being generated here. You know, they are open for implementation, and the ministry is open, the ministries are open. As the UN, we are also open to collaborate and work together and see what can be done using these ideas, because we don't just end doing consultations and coming up with a report. We need to action those recommendations. Thank you. 2 more, please. Yes, please come through.
Thank you very much. My question is directed to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. I would like to know what is the ministry's vision and status in terms of environment, looking at our local authorities and rural authorities. Because at times, if you look at refuse collection, we used to grow where we used to know that all the bins, just bins, were provided by the local authority. But now, if you look at the trend, there's nothing like that. And as a result, we are blaming the community. At the same time, the community is made to pay or is billed to pay for services like refuse collection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shoko. This is coming to you. We are bringing the mic to you. Can you give Mr. Shoko to respond first? Then we are going to take him. But after him, I'm looking for a lad to comment. So ladies, please, at least one, please prepare to say something about this presentation. It's very important. Mr. Shoko, say.
Thank you very much. What a tricky question. The tricky part being, I think the question is very relevant for local authorities, because they are the ones responsible for cleaning the litter that is being referred to. But I'm sure everybody knows that we are all guided by the Environmental Management Act. You referred to legislation. That is the major legislation that guides us all. All other activities that we do, all policies that do the environment are guided by the Environmental Management Act, which we think local authorities should abide, because they are guided by that institution. So in terms of legislation, we are there. There we are. What is critical is implementation, probably, and the monitoring. Maybe that is the issue that we can discuss about, and probably want to hear the reason why local authorities do not monitor the environment in which they have got jurisdiction. Otherwise, for us, we actually want to hear from them, the local authorities. What are your problems? Why are you not monitoring your environment? You are the responsible authorities. Of course, the EMA is there to police, but local authorities have got structures that are in existence in terms of management of the environment so that it remains clean. And that is from the environment. We are saying legislatively, we're okay. We have got that guidance. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, before you sit, I have a small question.
Please.
What does the legislation say? Does it say households have to pay for their waste to be collected? What does it say? Isn't there somebody who is collecting money already? And I don't know. What does the legislation say? Sorry to put you on the spotlight.
It's okay. It's okay. This is why I was saying we really need the local authorities to respond to that. Why are they doing? For us, it's not proper to levy people. That levy is there and it must serve the purposes for which it is being levied. If it is a levy for cleaning has to happen. So we don't know the reason why, but of course, they will tell you that some are not even paying the levies. That's an excuse that they put. If you listen to them, they'll tell you we are owed billions and billions of RTGS from people who do not want to honor the levies. This is the reason they gave also to say they can't manage to clean because of that. They cannot buy even refuse trucks because of there are many factors that are associated with the levies. They will also talk about inflationary rates. A lot is being said by local. I'm not defending them. I'm not. Because don't forget, I'm also a levy payer myself. I also pay. So I expect to get a maximum service from the local authorities. It's quite unfortunate that sometimes they fail to it's not only about the refuse collection, my brother. You know, a lot of things that are lagging behind. I don't want to talk about it a lot because it would appear like I'm politicking, but otherwise, your question is quite relevant. Let's go and pay levies.
Maybe the people are not paying because the garbage is not collected, and then the garbage is not collected because people are not paying.
Well, I don't know now. I don't know why which must start the payment or.
Thank you, Mr. Shoko. Thank you very much. So we are going to take one question there, and I'll wait for a lady also to raise a question or a comment. Then we go to the last group. If not, I'm going to pick someone. I can see you, so I'm going to pick one person.
Okay, mine is on environment concern, especially in places where there is artisanal mining or amakorogoza. I remember in some places where this practice is going on, we have a massive business happening there, especially the girl child and also the other profession, the prostitutions, I could say openly. They are making these places their hub of income. While there is a lot of land degradation happening there, and also the other impact on the girl child. I remember, if not a week ago, about 100 girls, I think it was Masingo or somewhere in Masingo, where they fall pregnant because of these opportunities, which they think are opportunities. And also, when you go to other communities, there is the issue of fuel, which is firewood. Where there are rangers, there's a lot of gender-based violence or harassment to women so that they could access this fuel, firewood. So I think maybe as we craft these policies in our minds to say, how could we actually alleviate such practices, especially from the workforce, be it the rangers? Are they from the Forestry Commission or from EMA, so that they don't abuse our women in the expense of giving them access to the firewood, which is fuel at the end of the day? And also, the major concern is that as a country, especially during COVID, we have had a huge number of young girls getting pregnant or also getting other ailments as a result of trying to get access to a livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very strong link there on environmental issues and other social issues, because the environment doesn't stand on its own. I think it's linked to a lot of social issues, and we really need to take into consideration the whole horizon when it comes to policies, strategies, and other interventions. So I'm yearning to hear from the girl child, because they're in here. And anybody would then comment before we go to the next. Say you're not a girl child, unfortunately. You are not. We have heard enough from the from the other gender before we move to the final group. It's important to directly look for you to contribute. It's important. Thank you.
Mine is just a comment. I want to comment about this thing, about the whole thing of environment being associated with Emma alone. I want to say on environmental issues, it's not only about Emma. We have got a number of organizations that are also mandated to look on issues to do with the environment. We also have got the local authority. The local authority is also mandated in terms of the Environmental Management Act to craft bylaws from the Environmental Management Act for the management of the environment. We also have got the traditional leaders. In terms of the Traditional Leaders Act, they are also supposed to monitor and also policy their areas. And they are also supposed to ensure that the environment is protected in their areas of jurisdiction. And also in terms of structures, we have got the grassroots structures, such as environmental subcommittees. We also have got environmental monitors. We also have those structures in place that are expected to ensure that the environment is protected. But with those structures, the challenge is that they are not incentivized, they are not motivated to work or to protect the environment. So what we can ask for is for civil society organizations, for NGOs to have programs that also target, that also are aimed at incentivizing and motivating the environmental monitors and also the grassroots structures for the protection of the environment. Thank you.
Keywords: incentivize and motivate.
For the volunteers, we are saying for the volunteers, the environment is about everybody. Everybody is expected to protect the environment. But when we are looking at the volunteers, we are comparing the volunteers for environment and also the volunteers that are there in the communities. Some are there for health, under the health department. But when we look at in terms of what they are getting, it's like from the environment sector, ma monitors ayasi kuwana zvinopa kuti vaite vave motivated kuti varambe vachishanda. Kana takatarisa, ndofunga tikatarisa basa re-environment, kazhinji kacho unozowana kuti kazhinji ndere kurwisana navanhu kana kuti kudzingirirana navanhu. Saka at times vanenge vachingodawo something chinoita kuti vave motivated kuti vaite basa racho. Kana taakukompea nema-volunteers anenge ariko kana kuti ku-Ministry of Health, vanenge vachikompea vachiti isu hapana chatiri kuwana. Saka ndo zvatiri kungotaura kuti there may be need for motivation and incentivizing.
All right, thank you. That language, I hear it. I think there's a sentence called institutional strengthening, because we've had programs at the district level. You want to work with the DDF and EMA They have to go and monitor solar borehole installations. They tell you that we don't have a car to go there. We don't have the fuel to go there and things like that. So I fully agree with some of the proposals, because when you look at, on the stakeholder side, when it comes to environmental economics, there are only maybe two things which you can do. Either you're forcing people to do things through the law, or charging them or whatever, or you're incentivizing them to do it. Those are the only two options which we can use. So I fully agree with you. I think these are three items: institutional strengthening, incentivize, and the other one is motivate. So I thank you. Okay, so we go to the last group, group 3. If you'd like to come and make your presentation as quickly as possible. And the groups who have presented, may you kindly please give us the hard copies of your presentations, or if you have soft copies, if you can send to Cleopatra or share through your moderator. It's easier that way, so that we can collect that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. I'm Panashima Pende, and I'm representing Group 3. And our discussion was focusing on accelerating the implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development in the context of the Decade of Action and Deliver for Sustainable Development. Okay. Our first question was on the biggest challenges we are facing in implementing the commitments to the 2030 agenda and other environmental commitments. Sorry, I'm waiting for my PowerPoint. Okay, on our discussion, we raised an issue on domestication of international policies. There's lack of full domestication of international policies. These policies agreed internationally are not being domesticated. These include international agreements. We need to walk the talk and let them be made full, starting from local level, and however there is need for government commitment too. We also looked on issue of language barrier, whereby these policies must be translated to local languages which are recognized by our constitution, which are 16 languages which are in our nation. We also looked on weak institutions to carry on environmental policies from local, regional levels. And there is poor involvement of youth, women, and marginalized communities. There is also poor accountability and monitoring and evaluation systems, which has resulted into corruption. And there's lack of coordination and enforcement by traditional leaders and customary law. Furthermore, there is lack of financial resources to support some of these projects. We also looked at the lack of shadow reporting by civil society organizations on what the government has promised and what they have done. And there is poor inclusion in the education curriculum. Okay. There is also lack of financial resources and poor environmental monitors. Going to our next equation, looking at the creation of an enabling environment for delivery on the ground. We discussed issues to do with devolution and decentralization of institutions. I think the previous groups or previous discussions, they mentioned about this. And there's also resource monitoring and offering resource to grassroots communities. Furthermore, collaboration among institutions in order to have one voice and one vision, and establishing monitoring tools, transparency and accountability measures on both allocation of funds and resources. We also mentioned on the need to create political will to fight corruption and building community resilience through empowerment. Lastly, but not least, we looked at strengthening traditional structures to promote grassroots engagement. I'll leave this time to my colleague who is going to take you.
Okay, afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to present on the good practices and pathways that I would like to see scaled up to accelerate the implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development in the context of the decade of action. Okay, among our key interventions was the issue of solarization. This implies installing systems and innovation techniques that are environmentally friendly. For example, solarized boreholes that we have seen being installed in various communities. Then our other strategy was the issue of smart agricultural practices through climate smart practices that have been seen in actions such as Fumvuza and agroforestry, among other issues. Then our other issue was on afforestation, reforestation, and deforestation. Then we moved on to the issue of use of organic fertilizers or manure in agriculture. Then we also looked at the issue of improved collaboration between the governmental institutions and CBOs. This implies that the government and CBOs should not act as if they are rivals, but they should work in a manner that shows that they work to complement each other's efforts in everything that they do. Then we also looked at the issue of investment in research and development. This implies that Zimbabwe has so many able researchers who are based outside the Zimbabwean borders, and they are doing extraordinary work out there. But back here home, we have nothing to show of their work, and they have nothing that they've done in cognizance with their own nation. So we call upon the state to invest in such an initiative that promotes research that is based on technology and agricultural practices that are environmentally friendly in the context of the Zimbabwean empire. Then we also looked at the issue of investment in modern technology, for example, electric mobility, TV traditional, where tajaira motor, the diesel and petrol, emit a lot of carbon monoxide. To adopt the use of electric cars that has been adopted in other countries for mobile purposes. And also we looked at issues of waste processing machines that even mararakaraswa kunzi, they can now be processed into useful products rather than kuti angopailiwa ari marara asina any use yatingamashandisa or asina any development yanga leader. Then also you looked at the use of the increased use of biogas as a part of renewable energies that should be adopted in the Zimbabwean context. And also looked at the issue of domestic resource mobilization, which promotes the advancement of statutory funds to the private sector for community development initiatives. We also looked at the increased investment in solar system. I think I've talked about that one before. We also looked at the establishment of more recycling centers that will act as innovation hubs for more climate resilient action across the country. Then we also looked at the establishment of effective process evaluation systems. That implies that during the implementation of issues to do with climate change and the environment, in cognizance with the Agenda 2030, these initiatives should be continually monitored at every stage as they are being implemented during the process of reaching the goals of the sustainable goals. Then our next question was, what type of partnerships from the UN and beyond are needed to accelerate a green and sustainable economic transformation that leaves no one behind? Okay, first of all, we emphasized on partnerships at all levels of interventions in community development. That is between countries. For example, as countries, you can share ideas that can facilitate and foster improved climate resilient action and environmental preservation action, as well as partnerships among CSOs to collaborate and work together in coming up with one goal of improved climate action, and also partnership among government institutions. Pasate kudhonzerana pakati pemapato akasiyana ehurumende o mapazi akasiyana ehurumende, asi pave nedonzvo rimwe nekuva nechinangwa chimwe chete pane zvese zvinoitika. Then we also looked at partnerships to support women-led organizations. I think I would also add youth and organizations for persons with disabilities under this initiative. Also, there should also be partnerships that should be led by local organizations, especially at grassroots levels. There's also need for equal partnerships between funders and beneficiaries, which is local organizations. This implies that there should be communication, and there should be an opportunity should be provided that CBOs should be provided with an opportunity to stress out their concerns to the funders or to the donors on what they need to be done and what they think are priority issues that are irrelevant to the donor at the moment, so that they can come up to an agreement or a consensus on what should be done during the project implementation. My issues are atariswa since aningariwa priorities in such areas. There should also be alternatives to environmental problems that should be provided by the government, citizens, and other organizations that can be involved in community development. There should also be partnerships between the government and the Ministry of Transport to curb the lack of policy implementation or limited or poor policy implementation. For example, last year, but when we had a policy that all cars that were produced before 2013 should not be imported into the country, right? So this now means that there are cars that emit a lot of carbon. Motors no smoke, then they should be more consistent monitoring and evaluation. Going out motors zakadaro nemabhazi akadaro zvabviswa paroad. Since through experience, it has been shown that there's no action that has been taken to address this issue. Motors zakadaro zirongoramba dzichifamba, and kunyange mutemo uripo unomisa zvakadaro asi zvirongoramba zvichiitika. Then on the next slide, we'll look on what capacities and technologies are needed to improve human well-being in harmony with nature. And our first point was on the adaptation of green technology. This implies the adaptation of green technologies such as waste processing technology and rain water harvesting. Sangomirira kuti mvura inaye, but tinaise mvura patinoda through various strategies such as irrigation, among others. And there's also the issue of the adaptation of renewable energy sources such as hydro energy, biogas, and solar, among other renewable energy sources, right? There should also be drones to monitor the environment. This means there can be drones that can circulate in certain areas. Actually monitor activity. Like Rashtaurwa na Baba, there are people who can make you feel guilty or who can make you compensate for my EU practices. So now we can use technology such as drones, kuti anenge achicirculate in certain areas, so that we can identify certain individuals vanenge vaita ma-ill practices like kurasira marara pasipo, or that would have caused wildfires among others, then tovatevera kwavanenge vaenda, and then they are penalized for their various grievances, so for their various crimes. And okay, and then the next point was upscaling the space agency department that was introduced before. So there's need for the government to continue providing funds and support and skills to this department, so that it can fully work and implement their aims. There should also be value addition of technological minerals here in Zimbabwe. And there should also be research and development, which is strengthened, applied research. For example, here in Zimbabwe, we used to have like my students are final way and it and research in it. Then traditionally we used to have education 3.0 and at United, sorry, it's the University of Zimbabwe. And this focused on aspects such as dissertation rake anonyora about teaching, research, and community service and it. But now we have adapted the education 5.0, which talks about innovation and industrialization. Our students in our academia, projects, their projects should now be focused on results that will promote the value of products that are already in the market, and that they are the value of services that are already being provided to citizens across the country and across the globe. There should also be increased dissemination of information among communities in various forms, such as Braille and other forms, to meet people's different learning abilities, so that everyone can be able to have the know-how of how these issues are done or operated. Thank you.
Many as possible. Yes, we need as many drones as possible so that we can monitor our river levels, we can monitor the quillia beds, we can monitor anything. Thank you very much, Group 3, for your contribution. I think drones are a very interesting technology which we can adopt and address a number of issues. Thank you so much. So let me open the floor. I already see a hand from the back. Please give them a mic.
In fact, mine is an addition to the presentation. They skipped some of the issues that we raised in the group, right? The other point that we raised, it was about lack of coordination. One, even in the government, even amongst the CSOs, there's lack of coordination. That's one of the issues that we also raised. Then the other issue that we also raised is it was to do with the strengthening of traditional structures, where we actually said, if you look at the current situation where we are in, the policy itself versus customary law, you would find out that it's policy supersedes customary law. So if we are to make some inroads, if we respect our traditional leadership, if we allow our traditional leadership to make, to use the customary laws that we used to, to abide by or to implement before, we are going to make some headways when it comes to environmental management, because we are saying the traditional leadership like the chiefs, they've got a very good command within their communities. So let's empower them, let's strengthen those structures and ensure that they're actually empowered so that they can effectively ensure that maybe say the environment is well catered for, is well managed, and so on. Then the other issue that we also talked about was to harmonize some of these policies because they don't speak to each other. You would find out they are scattered from across the various ministries. So there is need to ensure that these policies, they're actually harmonized, they speak to each other for easier of implementation. Then lastly, when we spoke of about the lack of political will, we were talking about the environmental issues, not corruption alone, but we were then saying, if you look at the way, how, our political leadership, like let's say the MPs and various portfolio committees led by various MPs, they don't see the importance of environment. They formulate policies and they don't actually adhere to those policies that they formulate. They expect, communities to actually follow the policies, but themselves, they think that they are above the law. So what we then need to do for us to actually make headways, we really need serious political will from our political leadership to ensure that the EMA officers that we are talking about, the various sister ministries, departments that we are talking about from the Ministry of Environment, they can effectively implement their policies. Because as it is right now, sometimes if an officer approaches an MP or a politician, sometimes they don't really pay attention to these officers. So we are then saying, whenever they formulate these policies, they have to ensure that they also abide by and they listen to these officers. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Very strong points with a strong voice. Thank you so much. More contributions, please. 2 or 3 before we close. I can just pick someone because I can see all of you. Some we haven't spoken, and it would be great if they can speak. All right, then, thank you so much. Don't we have anything online, Cleopatra? No questions, no contributions? All right, thank you very much. I am told that there were people who were going to have very short interviews and their faces are going to appear in Stockholm, in Sweden. So they need to take very short interviews. So when we say class dismissed later, I think those are the only people who should remain in this room. The rest, grab your tea, get into your private jet and go home. So in the absence of further questions or contributions, let me introduce myself as I'm giving closing remarks for this workshop. Tafodzo, do you have anything? Yeah, so all right, thank you very much. So when I stepped outside, I thought the chief came here and spoke. So we would like to invite the chief to give us the closing remarks. Then we can talk about the next steps. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity just to say a word or two. I believe you will still come for your closing remarks. apa kungokutendai kana matsikawo ivhu revarozvi, it is all proper kuti tikutendei nekuuya kwamaita mudunhu, mukatsika dunhu, tichikurukura nyaya dzakakosha seidzodzidzi. I would like to sincerely thank of this wonderful, fruitful, beneficial workshop or program. Nokuti mauya kudai takurukura, tadzidza. As it is, there are many who came from different places. Kuti tizoonesana nenyaya dziri kuitika around us. And when you equip leaders, you have equipped the entire village. Tinoti isu, together we can build our country, we can build our nation. As changes are happening, brought about the climate change, we also need to change gears. Ndokuchinja magia kwacho. And it starts with knowledge, it starts with equipping each other. It starts with ideas, sharing ideas, making use of the academia, making use of traditional leaders. Tichionesana kuti in the past, traditionally, how were we able to keep our environment well? Tichibatsirana nemi makayazviendera kuchikoro. Tichionesana kuti together how can we restore what is we have been given. So basic fact is that information dissemination is very important. And then we embark on these special movements that we will be looking at, such as self-policing. Tinenge chingoyeuchidzana kuti, okay, where do we start off from? Nesuwo togara nemasabhuku edu, tichionesana. Vakuru vachitiudza kuti kare taidai tichishanda so. And together we will get to ways of preserving this beautiful country or this world that we have, which is so beautiful. Ndinoda kutenda chaizvo, tichikutendai chaizvo from the bottom of our hearts kuti program yakanaka iyi. Ngatiwekei together, let us work together in achieving the goals that are before us. We will train, it is our wish that our traditional leaders, now I'm speaking as a traditional leader, kuti madzimambo nyika yose vakabatsigwawo tichishanda tiri tose, nemadzishe nemasabhuku. If we work together with our stakeholders who are here, we will indeed achieve the goals that are before us. In closing, I just liked the good practices that were brought before us of solarization. Munoziva kuti if every household, toti kumamisha, we're operating tine masola, hapana imbonofunga kunotsvaga hune tinhinkuni kachana. We can work together towards those things. Vanapfumbudza in a bigger scale. Researchers also must focus on less pollution methods, and recycling measures. Tadzidza, munoona kuti tadzidza wedu. And if this information goes down to the village, amuoni kuti tinenge tachovha ndima. And so I want to say in a nutshell, thank you, Maita, siyabonga.
Maita Basamambo, thank you very much. Siyabonga. I will not say anything further than what he has said. Maybe just 1 or 2 points, just to let you know what is going to happen after this workshop. I think it's very important. So what will happen is after this workshop, we are going to compile a workshop report. That workshop report is going to feed into a national consultations report for the country. And that national consultation report is going to feed into a global report called the Global Synthesis Report, which is going to be used at the Stockholm conference. We have an online page. I know there was some raging debates, which we did not manage to finish. We have an online consultation page, just like your Facebook, where you can comment, you can raise an issue, somebody can comment. It's called Spark Blue. And the details are going to be shared on email on how you can access that Spark Blue page. And also feel free to follow us on our Twitter and Facebook pages, together with that of the Minister of Environment, that of the Embassy of Sweden, for more updates with regards to the consultation process. After that, we will organize a national validation workshop, where after we consolidate all these workshops into one national report, we are going to validate that report before it's carried to Stockholm. And also, in addition to that, there is going to be a send-off event, which is going to happen in Harare. We think that the participation at the Stockholm conference is going to be at the ministerial level. So the minister himself will be there on the send-off event, where we are going to hand over the report, which would be validated and finalized before that event, so that they would go and present our ideas to the global leaders. After that, we are going to have the Stockholm conference take place in Stockholm in Sweden, 2 to 3 June, where we are going to have the conference. After that conference, we are going to engage again our stakeholders on what we call post-conference engagement. We want to know, we send our ideas there, what is the feedback? What is the way forward? So all these and the other things, they would be available at the national level, but mainly through the Spark Blue platform, which I mentioned, our Twitters and other things. So this is how things are going to take shape. But I'm encouraging the civil society organizations, the community-based organizations, the communities, the traditional leaders, local authorities, government departments, to start to go and practice some of the things which we have spoken about here. That's number one. Number two, I see a lot of project proposals which could be generated from this particular workshop. I see a lot of potential partnerships which could be generated from this workshop. So this is a day which was worth our while, and I wish to thank everybody. And I think we are done for the day. Just to remind you that those who are taking the short interviews, please remain shortly so that you get recorded and your faces would appear in Sweden. All the best. Somebody to close for us with a closing prayer. Okay, thank you very much. So once the prayer is done, we see you next time. Thank you.
Mazvita regai tinamate. Kuna baba vakatendeka muzita nomuropa ramambo Jesu. Baba, toda kutendai nokuda kwenguva ino, toda kutendai kunyange nezuva ranhasi. Tinoti mazvita nehokero yamaita kuvana venyu. Iyemi makasika denga nenyika, iyemi makasika kunyange zvose makomo, miti nenzizi. Tiri pano vana venyu tadzoka zvekare tiine muono iwo uya wokuona kunyange kukosha kwezvamakasika kuti zvoitwa sei baba vedu vokudenga, chitiwanirai nyasha tive nenjere dzokugona kuvandudza nokudzoreredza icho chiya chamakatibatisa mukati meupenyu hwedu kuti zvirege kuparara. Tinokutendai kunyange vane njere dzakadai, tinokutendai nokufuridzira chakanaka mukati mevana vedu. Baba vanga vachititungamirira nokutirodza kunyange vane pfungwa kuti tichengetedze kunyange vanharaunda dzedu. Baba vedu vokudenga, rambai muchingofuridzira njere, tiitirei zvakanaka, mutiwanire nyasha, mufambe nesu vanofamba nevanosara mugosara navo muzita raJesu. Amen.
All right. And also, if this kanapana button is raw clash bag, isiri yake, and ukumbirao kuti angondi ye black, angondi giro pana.